Vice President Pizzotti.
Here.
Clerk Jackson.
Here.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Here.
Trustee Akala.
Here.
And I am present. So, is Troop 808 ready? Yes. Okay. Please stand. On your...
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Troop 808.
Thank you. Thank you for visiting us, and thank you for your suggestions for creating a very orderly school board meeting. So, announcement of items to be discussed in closed session. E1, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal and Release. E2, Government Code 44591, Adopt Resolution Number 1819-17 to release and/or reassign certificate administration for the 2019-2020 school year. E3, Government Code 54956.9D2, pending or potential litigation, OAH case number 2018-100913. And we're going to move to D3 about public comments regarding closed session items. Do we have any comments?
Yes.
First comment is Ms. Jennifer McAllister.
Dear Cabinet members, board members, Superintendent Linda Luna, I'm here today just to talk to you. This is just me talking to you. I didn't rally my troops. I didn't bring my FFA students in their jackets or anything. This is just me. I wanted to speak to you. My job 23 years ago when I was hired was to teach science, and I do that to the best of my ability every day. But along with that, I build relationships with the people I work with and with my students, and that's what makes me successful. And I love what I do. Some of the decisions you're going to make in closed session directly impact me and my front office. 3 of the people in my front office at Bright will not have their jobs. So I want you to know that. But I'm going to speak to one particular that's very important to our CTE program. CTE, Career Technical Education, is a prominent educational force in our American education. Having a CTE director for 10 career pathways that are industry-focused, community-supported, and funded through grant money is essential for the quality education of our high school WSD students to prepare them for today's workforce. Renee Collins has been an outstanding custodian of state funds and has routinely made hard decisions as CTE director that keep all of our pathways compliant with state and federal funds. And not having someone in this position jeopardizes that. Many of our pathways offer articulation credit. This is due to our CTE director. My agriculture program, Cheryl's culinary program, Sadiqa's electronics program, all offer college credit. I'm not sure about the other 7 pathways, but that was due to majority of Renee's work. Establishing education and community partnerships for each of our pathways through advisory boards, real advisory boards that really give input into why we're doing what we're doing for kids is essential. The advisory board expands on valuable opportunities for our students to gain hands-on experience and college credit, and to build relationships with community members. Renee, as the CTE director, has made this possible. Open communication and advocacy for our programs with the counselors and administration and on the main high school campus at the district level is mandatory and is routine. Is that my 3 minutes already? All right. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing that there are no other public comments regarding closed session, we will reconvene at 7. I don't know what else to say. We're reconvening, and may I have Ms. Candace Newman lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. So, roll.
Yeah. So roll call and then.
Okay, so roll call. Vice President Pizzotti?
Here.
Trustee Alcala?
Present?
Clerk Jackson?
Here.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Here.
And I am here. So, here we are. So announcements of action taken in closed session. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, Release, Information Received, Direction Given. E2, Action Government Code 44591, Adoption Resolution Number 1819-17, to release and/or reassign certificate administration for the 2019-2020 school year, passed by unanimous vote. E3, Action Government Code 54956.9D2, pending or potential litigation, OAH case number 2018100913, passed with unanimous consent. So the action is approval of the agenda. And we have a public comment, and at this time, I'm going to read a statement for all public comments. At this time, members of the public may address the board on the topic of our school board session. In addition to topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board and are not on the agenda, although the board by law may not take action at this meeting, the board may limit the total time of public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive this item limit for a particular item, which might happen tonight. Individual speakers may be limited to 3 minutes to comment on any topic. Public comments consisting of individual charges, complaints, or derogatory remarks about any district employee are requested to be submitted in writing to the administration in accordance with the district's complaint procedure. We do recognize that for a lot of people commenting on the district's complaint procedure, we do recognize that for commenting before the board and the audience and the people watching at home on television is a nerve-wracking experience. So to try to make that as easy as possible, we do ask that there not be any applause or booing or catcalling or other demonstrations to maintain a civil discourse here in the chambers. The board respects the rights of members of the public to speak to us regarding matters on the agenda and other matters within the jurisdiction of the board. However, it is important for members of the public to recognize that comments regarding students other than their speaker's own children made during a public board meeting may be legally actionable as a violation of student privacy. Both state and federal law prohibit the board and others from discussing confidential student information in open session. To this end, be advised that if you reference a student's name other than your own student, you will be out of order and your comments may not be protected by the privileges that protect public speech. You could be found liable for such comments in legal proceedings. Furthermore, it is important for the public to understand that negative or derogatory comments made against district employees or others, even those made in a public board meeting, may be actionable civil defamation. As such, the board reminds the public that the district has existing board policy that allows the public to lodge a complaint against a district employee. This policy provides a comprehensive procedure for reviewing and responding to public complaints. This process provides a more thorough opportunity to be heard than is allowed under the open meeting law that governs this meeting. May I invite Mr. Don Stauffer up?
Good evening. I would request of the board that you pull item M8 from the consent agenda for a brief discussion at that appropriate time.
Okay,
Great, thank you.
thank you. All right, so anything else on approval of the agenda?
Yes, I want to pull item M7. Item M8 is requested by Don Stauffer. M9, I would like to take M16 into action, make it an action item.
You're making all of them an
All
action,
of
so
them,
I need
yeah.
clarification.
Yes.
Are you pulling them all for action item? Are you
Well, yes,
requesting
because,
removal?
well, I have questions on some.
Okay, so you want to remove them to action item?
All right.
Okay. And
So what number
Clerk
are those?
Zadi,
I'm
so
sorry,
M16.
that was 7,
So,
8, was that?
7,
8?
8, 9, and 16, and Clerk
Correct.
Jackson, you had one?
Yeah, I'd like to move item M15.
M15?
And 15?
M15 by Clerk Jackson. Anything else from the board?
Move to action.
So we have M7, M8, M9, M15, and M16. Move to action. Okay? Do I have a motion to approve the agenda with moving those items to action?
So moved.
Do we need to amend it?
She was going to do it later.
Okay.
Is there anything else? No. Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Action consent agenda is passed as approved. So now we have information and discussion items.
No.
Communication.
Sorry,
Communication.
sorry. Just a little bit out of order. J, communications and celebrations. We have Washington Middle College High School Principal Sean O'Neill.
All right, make sure we're good here. You're gonna, I'm gathering my crew. Good evening, President Wong, trustees, Superintendent Luna, cabinet, and community. It's my pleasure tonight to present the school report for Washington Middle College High School. We were going to sing and bring in the marching band, except the three of us would be really underwhelming. So instead, we're going to tell you a little bit about how Washington Middle College High School fits into the district's plan. The first thing I'd like to tackle is our name. It's the toughest thing about our school. So I'd like to help everybody with the middle college piece. In your mind, if you put a hyphen between middle and college, it will solve all of your problems. And I tell you this because it took me a year to be able to say our name quickly. We'll see if the ladies can do it tonight, but it is a mouthful because of the work that we do. Our mission at WMCHS is to prepare all students, especially those who are at risk and underserved for success in college, leading to professional careers through a blended high school and college curriculum. Now, that fits into what the district does with LCAP Goal 2, educational opportunities. And the way that we kind of address that is through creating an individualized high school quality educational experience that addresses the unique needs of the whole child while igniting a passion for learning. And these two young ladies are going to kind of give you a breakdown of what that individualization is and the passion for learning. But first, I'd like to share some visuals about the individualized piece, because this is what's really important, and it's hard to imagine unless you're kind of boots on the ground with the kids. This is a visual of our daily schedule. It's fairly routine. Our short days are Fridays because we can't have kids miss college courses, which usually occur Monday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Thursday. So if we were to have short days another day, it would be difficult for those kids that are taking those classes. So everything you see in brown is the current schedule for this semester that our students are taking. It's pretty impressive. As this is going through, what we do is we actually change our master schedule every semester. The students go through and we meet with them multiple times individually to find out what they need to take at the college, what they want to take at the college, what's available at the college each semester, and wind up with 52 students taking this many courses this semester. So every one of those courses that's up there has at least one middle college high school student in it. So when we talk about individualized, that visual is one to me that's what we're doing in the district, and I'm really, really proud to be able to enable students to do that. So that said, I'm going to turn it over to Madison Lampe so she can tell you about her week and how it goes.
Hello, I'm a sophomore at Washington Middle College High School. My name is Madison Lampy, and I'm just going to kind of walk you through a week in my life going to a school like this. So we are on a block schedule, so we have Monday, Wednesday classes, Tuesday, Thursday classes, and then Friday's a little bit different. So the classes I have on Monday, Wednesday are my high school classes are English and math, and I would have PE, English, and math, but as a freshman, I took a fitness class at the college, so that helped me gain enough credits to get out of high school PE because now I'm ahead on credits, so I get to have no first period, go to high school, and that's pretty cool because that opens up my schedule more to take more classes. So after I go to English and math, I have a yoga class from 2:30 to 3:50. So I go to yoga, and I'm getting more fitness units, and then after school, I do cheer at River City, so I also have extracurricular activities. And so after school, I go to cheer practice from 6 to 8. So my schedule is kind of busy, but my school is very flexible with my schedule because sometimes there's games or rallies that I have to work around. So my Tuesday, Thursday classes, I have chemistry, history, and AVID. So chemistry and history and AVID are my high school classes, and then my college classes that I take I'm taking Sociology 300, which is Introduction to Sociology, also from 2:30 to 3:50. So I'm getting 3 units, and it's working towards my GETC. So it's a discipline class, so I can get those credits, and I can work towards transferring because it qualifies for a 4-year university, which I do want to go to. So that's really cool that I can get those credits now. And then I also have cheer practice, so it kind of all falls into my schedule. And on Fridays is a little bit different because we have AVID and for half the day, so 90 minutes, and then we have Creation and Innovation Lab. And my Creation and Innovation Lab is I'm in leadership, and I really like it because students get to pick what they do. And for a little bit more information on that, there is Skylar Breen.
Hi, Skylar.
Hi. So what Creation and Innovation Lab is a time set aside for students to be able to express their creativity and to be innovative. So our leadership class is our students are actively trying to make our school a better place. And then we have a photography class, which they're learning their basic skills on how to take photography, like pictures. And they're partnered with Yearbook to create layouts for our yearbook and designs. And then we have our, what's that class called? Board game design. So our students are learning like game theory and product design. That's it.
So as you can see, we are definitely a hinge on the gateway to extraordinary possibilities. These kids every day amaze me. You heard her schedule. I couldn't have handled it if I were just taking college. Again, it's my pleasure to represent Washington Middle College High School. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Principal O'Neill. Okay. So moving on to K1, Ms. Schuyler, you're up again on student reports.
Good evening. So I'm here to present the student board member report. So first is Stonegate Elementary. Their 3rd grade class went to the Yolo County Wetlands. And then Westfield Village Elementary School. The kindergartners practiced reading with finger flashlights. The students unpacked quotations from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in remembrance of his legacy. And the 3rd to 5th graders made finger drums out of old lemons that would have been thrown into the trash. River City High School. The wrestling team this year had a younger squad, but they finished in their league in a head-to-head competition or schedule, beating Kennedy and Grant. They finished 2nd to Monterey Trail, and they will have 2 seniors graduating this year. Girls basketball. The girls team has played very hard in the Metro League Conference. The Lady Raiders hosted a youth clinic for junior NBA and WNBA players, age ranges from 5 to 9. The boys basketball team, senior Merrill Hawley and returning junior TJ Lowry are working to give the River City boys varsity basketball team a chance to compete in every Metro League matchup. Newcomer Aiden Simpson, junior
Anton Anderson, and freshman Seth Villanueva are contributing as well. Boys soccer. The boys soccer program is going strong. They had over 100 boys come out for soccer. They currently have 3 teams, and the JV is in the first place in the league, and the varsity is sitting third with a good chance of making the playoffs for the fourth year in a row. And the girls soccer team is in first place and undefeated and is ready to go to the playoffs. YOLO High School. The Winterfest celebration, students and teachers and staff gathered to grill turkeys and prepare sides for YOLO students and their families. Staff also brought desserts. The teachers had a table decorating contest, and the winner got pizza last Friday. They hosted a parent-guardian meeting, giving parents opportunities to discuss graduation requirements, academic progress, and attendance. Teen Clinic also visited YOLO to answer questions about their services, and they also held a back-to-school night last week. Thank you. That's it.
Next,
Great.
may I? That's it? Good job. Oh, excellent. Next, WTA report. Don Stauffer, I'm assuming, for a little while longer.
You're stuck with me for a while. I know that this isn't a fun time. Eliminating positions doesn't just affect the bottom line. It affects people's lives and livelihoods. At least in the certificated world, in Washington Unified, it looks like there'll be enough openings to absorb those whose positions are being lost, and that's good. And our goal, which we share with the district, is that we ensure that all of those who wish to remain in Washington Unified and teach here will have a place to do that. And so over the next few weeks, we're going to be working very hard to make sure everybody who wishes to stay in Washington Unified can find a very suitable position and be happy and productive for our kids. I'd like to thank the district for starting this action early enough in the school year to give us time to work through some of these issues without coming up to our statutory deadlines. And I'm hoping that this will lead to the least amount of disruption to people's lives possible. So thanks again for that. And this brings me to rigorous curriculum design, which I know we've talked about, RCD. If you want to get an earful from a teacher, mention RCD, especially at the elementary level. I think all of us agree that it still needs a lot of work at this point. And I think I came to kind of a realization in the last week or so of where I think the need is greatest. And that has to do with mindset. When I talk to teachers, I hear about things like pacing guides, and I hear about the primary goal being to raise test scores, and I hear about teachers spending hours and hours entering assessments into the data system, assessments that are not going to inform their instruction in their classroom. And so I'm obviously, and probably you as well, would be very disturbed hearing this over and over again. And I think a lot of it has to do with not the intent of the program, but what people are hearing internally. And this is where I think our hardest task is going to be, is working on that mindset. Because I know, talking with Ed Services and our superintendent, that is not the intent of this program. This intent is to help improve what we do for kids. And so I hope over the next months and next couple of years, because this is not going to be an overnight fix, that we really turn rigorous curriculum design into something that is a powerful tool for our educators. And so with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Don. CSA report? Hi, Daniel.
Hi, how you guys doing?
How does it go?
It's going.
Okay.
Good evening, board. Good evening, Superintendent Luna. I come to speak on action item P2. I would ask the board, if they pull it, till CSEA has the opportunity to negotiate the impacts and effects with these reduction in positions with the district. CSA will be sending a letter of a demand to bargain for these come tomorrow. And I don't disagree with the reductions. We just need to see where this workload and who it's going to fall on the positions that are being reduced. So that's what I ask for you guys this evening, and that's all I have. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Now is the time for public comment, and we have a few. So I have Ms. Lauren Clancy. Hi, Lauren.
Good evening. Excuse me. My name is Lauren Clancy, and in 2016, I was hired by this district to serve as the reading intervention specialist at Westmore Oaks Elementary School. I came with many years of experience, and thanks to Washington Unified, I am now very well trained in the Fountas and Pinnell Guided Reading Program, and I'm extremely confident in my abilities to meet the needs of the students while being supportive to the teachers. Being a fairly recent hire, though, I'll sadly become another statistic for Westmore Oaks' high turnover rate, which ultimately has an adverse impact on students and the overall coherence of the school's educational program. As the site SST coordinator, I can tell you firsthand that the data and targeted intervention provided by any reading intervention teacher, specialist, is a critical component to decreasing referrals for special education testing. Even the new teacher coaches replacing us, even if they are well received, it comes at the cost of eliminating a program that is known to be successful. My intervention partner and I serve 70 students 4 days a week between the two of us, and have watched the majority of them advance many levels already this year. I am convinced that Amber Lee's dedication and commitment to the Fountas and Pinnell Guided Reading Program was absolutely the right investment for this district. But the reading intervention specialists are a key component to its effectiveness. This needy student population is whom I most want to serve, and I truly hope you will consider making cuts elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat Flint.
Thank you. I want to address the community forums that have been happening throughout the neighborhoods. We are not having a good turnout, and we're not reaching the public as we should be, because the information being given at these forums is very, very important. And the presentations are very detailed and very well presented. We need to look at a better way to reach the community with the information that needs to reach them. And I'm asking you to take a look to see if maybe starting it at a later time, like instead of at 6 p.m. when most parents are picking up their children between 5:30 and 6, they have to get their children home, feed them, get them set up for the evening before coming to a meeting. Bridgeway had maybe 20 parents there, Golden State maybe 15. The rest of the forums were 1 to 5 parents. And I'm not including myself in that. I'm a grandparent of 3 children, or 3 grandchildren. And there's several of us that have attended most of the meetings. So I'm just asking you to take a hard look at those forums and maybe see how we can better reach parents. They're not being recorded, they're not being filmed, they're not being put online, so parents can't see what's being discussed and can't see the documents being presented. And I'm having a problem with way too many items being put on the consent agenda when they indeed should be pushed down to the regular agenda for discussion. You have, at the last few meetings, through consent, moved some items that should have been discussed that are on tonight's meeting for approval. And that's not the way it goes. You receive the information, you give direction as a board. You then bring it back as an agenda item for discussion and possible action. It could be that you may want or need more information. So it's a procedural thing for me, and you know how I am about that. So I'm asking you to take a hard look at your consent item agendas, the protocol in which they are, and they are important agenda items that need to be discussed publicly so that they are recorded publicly, not at a special workshop. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Leticia Ramirez. Ms. Leticia Ramirez. You'll come back. Mr. Doug Knepp.
Hello, members of the board. Hello, district administration. It's good to see you again. You all know me. My name is Doug. I teach first grade at Bridgeway Island Elementary School. And I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of our intervention specialists. But before I do that, I wanted to commend the handling of these reductions by our administrators, and in particular, Chris. I just think it's been very professional, and you're really thinking about what teachers need and how they need to hear things, so thank you. But on to the topic at hand. Every teacher I talk to is very concerned about the reduction in staff of our intervention specialists. These are the boots on the ground that are direct contact to our most needed, our students at most risk and highest need. These are our Tier 3 intervention students, and they are effective. I have 2 students that entered into that program at the beginning of the year. They were out within a month, and now they're in my 2 highest reading groups in my class, and now 2 more students are moving along. I don't understand the mindset that we are going to take away our intervention specialists and instead put instructional coaches in the classroom. Instructional coaches may or may not be wanted by teachers. Some teachers might want them, but most likely not, especially after our experience with NCLB, when we had instructional coaches in our classroom taking notes on clipboards and telling us what we needed to do differently. That is not a welcoming classroom for a teacher. On the other hand, our intervention specialists are highly skilled, innovative, creating new programs going online. Vocation is one that you folks got to see a little while back. This is direct contact with students. One of those individuals is no longer going to be able to be an intervention specialist. I wanted to point out that we are losing 11 intervention specialists, but we're bringing on 7 instructional coaches. Ask any teacher, they will tell you that they don't want instructional coaches. For new teachers, they have routes to help. They have TOSAs and also our BITSA, and also our new program that is our mentoring program that the district very, very smartly adopted last year and we're developing. For experienced teachers, we have other ways to get the support we need, but what we need most is for our most at-risk students to have the support that they need. Those are the students that we are concerned about. I'd like you to consider keeping as many intervention specialists as possible for our students, for our scores, but honestly, for doing the right thing for our community and our students who need it the most. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Angela Castle.
Good evening. My name is Angela Castle, and my 2nd grade son is currently receiving reading intervention services at Bridgeway Island Elementary School. It has come to my attention that funding for the general education reading services may be discontinued at Bridgeway Island at the close of this year. My son was recently diagnosed with dyslexia, a learning disorder in which there's a significant discrepancy between his cognitive ability and his fluency in reading and writing. He was also diagnosed with anxiety, correlating to this anxiety. He is painfully aware at his inability to learn in the same way as his peers. The impact that literacy has had on my family extends further than my son's academic performance. I have seen firsthand how it has affected his self-confidence, his peer interactions, and his behavior inside and outside the classroom. He's not alone in this experience, as there are many other children at Bridgeway Island experiencing similar struggles due to their reading and learning challenges. I believe that without reading services at Bridgeway Island, we will see a heartbreaking change in the children who are already struggling. It will come at a cost higher than poor test scores. It's going to extend the overall development of the children and ultimately to our families and our community as a whole, and we'll all pay the price. So on behalf of my son and the many others who will be affected by this potential change, please consider to continue funding reading services. Thank you.
I have you on here twice, Ms. Castle.
Yes, do you want me to do it? So excuse me. I also have an email that Dr. Erica Fries sent me that I would like to read on her behalf as well. Is it okay if I?
Yes,
okay.
that is why you are
Okay.
here again.
Okay, she says, my name is Dr. Erica Fries, and I am the mother of a student at Bridgeway Island and also a clinical psychologist. I want to speak on behalf of not only my profession that I am passionate about, but on behalf of my daughter, who is currently receiving reading intervention services. It was recently brought to my attention that one topic of tonight's discussion would be about the funding of reading intervention programs in the Washington Unified School District. I am not able to attend the meeting this evening, and it is my hope that this could be shared with the board members and the superintendent. As a clinical psychologist who assesses children with neurodevelopmental disorders and learning disorders, I found it quite shocking that the topic of reducing or eliminating a reading intervention program would even be brought to the table at our school district. Early intervention is the key to all interventions for children. Taking away any sort of intervention in the early elementary school years will do a huge disservice to our children, causing them years of increased academic struggles, mental health challenges, and social challenges that children often face when other students recognize that they are struggling. It is also my concern that, to my knowledge, the school district does not have any research-based interventions for teaching children who have dyslexia. These children have to be taught in very specific ways in order to increase their ability to understand and learn reading. It is my hope that even with the possible reduction in services, that the school district can look into training our reading intervention specialists the appropriate research-based methods to teach our children with dyslexia. These interventions are offered in the community currently at the rate of $14,000 to $20,000 per year. This is unattainable for 99% of our community. It can be offered through at our school level just by adding in appropriate training and resources. Imagine taking away the one resource that children need to be successful. These children need reading intervention. Thank you for your consideration, Erica Fries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bernarda Peña. Ms. Peña?
I'm here to translate for Bernarda.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Mi nombre es Bernarda Peña. Estoy aquí porque les quiero pedir, por favor, que mantengan las clases de inglés para adultos. Somos muchos adultos que queremos aprender inglés.
Bernarda is a student of English as a second language in the adult school, and she would like to ask that you not take away the classes for adults. There are many of us that are benefiting from these classes.
Mi maestra es Candos.
Her teacher is Candace Newman, the adult ed teacher.
Ella es una maestra excelente.
She's an excellent teacher.
Yo quiero aprender inglés porque me importa mucho, es importante para mis hijos, porque yo quiero que ellos estudien y lleguen al colegio.
I would like to learn English. It's very important for me, but also for my children, because I would like my children to go to college.
Me siento triste por la noticia.
And I feel very sad about this news.
Y yo quisiera que si está en sus manos poder ayudarnos, yo se los agradecería mucho.
And I know it's in your hands, and I would like you to help us, and I would be very grateful.
Porque estas personas que nos ayudan a aprender inglés tienen sus trabajos y quiero que mantengan sus trabajos también para que ellos nos sigan ayudando.
The people that are helping us learn English, I would like them to keep their jobs and continue helping us to learn English.
Quiero seguir estudiando, quiero seguir manteniendo mi mente ocupada.
I would like to continue studying and keeping my mind active.
Quiero tener mi diploma de high school.
I would like to achieve my high school diploma as well.
Y por qué no ir al college también.
And someday go to college as well.
Por favor, ayúdenos para poder ayudarlos.
Please help us so we can help ourselves.
Es muy importante para nosotros.
It's very important for us.
Estoy aquí no nada más hablando por mí, sino por muchos adultos que queremos aprender inglés.
I am not just talking on behalf of myself, but also many other adults who are here who are also learning English.
Inglés es la lengua de este país y este país para mí es muy maravilloso.
English is the language of this country, and this country is marvelous for me.
Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Gracias, señora. Martha Hansen? Martha, oh, where'd you go?
Good evening. It's been a while since I've been before you guys. Board looks a little different now. I like it. So it's come to my attention that the SDC class, K through 2nd in Bridgeway Island Elementary, is going to lose our teacher for the remainder of the year as of mid next month. Not lose her permanently, just she's going on leave. So, yeah, no, don't worry. So my concern is that anything other than a SDC credentialed teacher is not what I signed my child up for. As everybody knows, we had a lot of problems when we were at the previous school, and we switched. Things have been amazing. My son's learning. He's doing wonderful. I just had his IEP today, actually. But my concern is that 17 kids, give or take a few, currently, that their parents signed them up for something very different than a general ed class. A special education teacher is credentialed. They can do many other things that a gen ed teacher can't. My concern is that if we replace her for the remainder of the year with not one, but multiple gen ed teachers, because there are, I believe, limitations, the 20-day, 40-day limitations that a gen ed teacher can serve in a special ed capacity, that these kids won't be as well served as our families signed them up to be, my son being one of them. My concern is that it's going to make these kids retreat in ways. It's going to, make them shut down. It's going to make us families, it's going to be a whole different world, a whole different setting. When we went to this school, I loved Miss Outlaw. She is, you guys have the #1 person you could possibly have. So the bar is set extremely high with her. And I understand that somebody that's going to be stepping in isn't her. But if we remove the special education credentialing and we take that away from this class is nothing more than a gen ed, a small size gen ed class. And so my ask is that you guys truly take that into consideration. I know you will, but I'm asking you do go there and beyond to ensure that this person that steps in, first of all, be limited to as minimal changes as possible, and that they be credentialed to be able to aid these kids in the way that the family signed them up to be. So thank you.
Thanks, Martha. Miss Amy Alfieri.
I just wanted to support what Daniel said earlier. I share his concern about the workload that could potentially be dropped on other staff and the fairness and equity of that, especially staff who are at lower pay grades and they don't have those duties in their job descriptions. Duties that at other districts, cost a higher rate, or if they're sent out to other agencies, they cost a significantly higher rate. So I'm concerned about that, about the fairness of it, and the many hardworking people that I know who are classified, who are here working very, very hard and very diligently at all hours, helping families and staying on top of things. So just a general concern about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Ms. Maria Perez. Ms. Maria Perez? Okay, I'm going to move on to Mr. Mike Tang.
Hey, good evening, every board member. I'm here tonight and speaking on behalf of the adult English education. And my wife's attending the adult English class here in Washington School District. And she sacrificed for the family, supporting my 3 children went through school, and also supporting me, went through all the educations. I received 14 different licenses, so I make good living. I also pay a lot of property taxes, over $15,000 a year, to support the school district and support the local government and support the federal government and state government. And now you're cutting the education for my wife as she sacrificed to support my children's education and my educations. I feel that's very, distressful to her, because she have this good opportunity to go back to school, to receive English education, help her to move up, and that is a upward mobility. And for her, she already sacrificed for my children and myself. I would support that. If you want to cut the budget on the adult English education, first of all, I request you to cut my taxes. Okay?
We'll talk to the governor about that.
Well, I will, yes. I will talk to Governor Gavin Newsom. Okay, and I'm concerned that please keep the program, because it's benefit to the family and also benefit to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Catherine Gonzalez. Okay, I don't see a cat. I don't see Catherine. She's not here. She's right there. Oh, there you are. Sorry, Catherine, I didn't see you.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Catherine Gonzalez. I am a parent and grandparent of children in the Washington Unified School District. I am also an employee of Washington Unified School District. I have 2 concerns. One, my major one, is if I went to an LCAP meeting and I thought I heard, but I want to see if we could elaborate on the transportation. What was that comment? I really didn't understand it. If it was going to be cut for transportation for the older children, or is there going to be a budget, or how is that going to play into all this? My concern is because of the children that live different parts of West Sacramento area. So that was my concern, is that I'm not saying it was said, but I want to understand it more, okay? And that's that subject right there. My second subject that I am concerned is the English language. That is very important for all adults. It comes in different nationalities, not only Spanish, but we have Farsis, we have Russians, we have different nationalities that are wanting to learn English. And that is to help and support their children so they can be able to better their education, so they can become productive citizens of West Sacramento. So those are my two concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Ms. Estela Peña?
She's P2.
Oh.
Hi. Buenas noches. Good evening.
Buenas noches.
It's my first time I come in this type of meeting, but it's for one reason, the big reason for me. Okay. Sorry, but I can't.
Está bien.
Mi nombre es Estela Peña. Estoy tomando clases de inglés en el elementary school. Para mí aprender inglés es muy importante.
My name is Estela Perez. I'm taking English classes in Elkhorn Elementary School. For me, learning English is very important.
La razón, tengo una hija que va en kinder. Pienso que la base es la base principal para una buena educación de todos los niños del mundo. Si quitan el programa, yo no voy a poder ayudar a mi hija en su educación.
I have a daughter who's going into kindergarten, and this is the main base for a good education. If you take away this ESL program for adults, I will not be able to help my daughter in her education.
Mi sueño y no el mío, sino de varias mamás, papás, es obtener un diploma. Es poder ir al colegio un día.
My dream, and not only my dream, but the dream of many mothers and fathers, is to attain my high school diploma and to attend college.
No solamente los latinos, los hablamos español, hay de diferentes lenguas. Como comentaron, Farsi, hay más razas, los de Rusia, japochinos. O sea, estamos interesados en el programa.
Not only for the Latino parents, but we also have Farsi-speaking parents, Russian-speaking parents, and other Asian languages, and we are all interested in this program.
Por favor, denos la oportunidad de seguir estudiando. Tengo 45 años, es difícil.
Para mí también.
Trato de concentrar, pero me cuesta trabajo. Fui a la Fremont School, it's closed now, pero yo sigo estudiando.
She said that she would like to continue studying. She's 45 years old. It's difficult. It's a hard path. And she did take some classes at a different school. But she would like to have the opportunity to continue studying English.
Nuevamente, denos la oportunidad de seguir estudiando. Como dicen, keep going, keep going. Mi last jefe decía, keep going, keep going. Muchas gracias por su atención. Yo sé que están cansados, ya quieren a descansar. Discúlpenos y que Dios los bendiga.
Once again, please give us the opportunity to continue studying. As our teachers say, keep going. We want to keep going. And thank you very much for your attention. I know you're tired, but thank you for listening to us. And God bless.
I have a comment from Ms. Kimmy Gibson, but it's on P2, but it says public comment. Did you want to speak now on item P2, Ms. Gibson?
I come before this board tonight in total disbelief of the happenings concerning the massive layoffs at all levels. As a 21-year employee of this district, this is not my first rodeo in seeing this as well as being part of it. My decision to speak tonight was a very hard and heartfelt one to make. My decision was made a matter of minutes ago after speaking privately with the superintendent. This is not a personal attack on her in any way. I am not the one to make a decision on her performance or whether or not she deserves a raise, just like I am of any other employee in this district. But she is supposed to be one of us, and we are all supposed to be in this together, making sacrifices together, not sacrificing one another. We need leadership by example. We all need to suffer in this together. This board did not just wake up and realize the financial mess we are in. Some of the decisions of this board on expenditures, as well as her raise, is unbelievable given the financial straits we have been placed in. And this board, less our newest member, needs to really look themselves in the mirror. How did you approve these things over and over until you brought us to the point of human sacrifice? To all my fellow coworkers, from classified to certificated to management, I apologize to all of you on behalf of the board for their actions. My heart is simply torn apart tonight.
I don't believe there are any other public comment. And for the record, I think there was a question about transportation. That is not on the agenda, nor has it been on the topic for discussion as to cut. So I just wanted to clarify that unless staff has different understanding, because that has not yet been presented to us as a means of being cut. Moving on to action item, item number M, the consent agenda, minus M7, M8, M9, M15, and M16. Last chance to pull anything else off the consent agenda.
President Wong?
Yes.
We have, as staff, some revisions to the human resources recommendations, which reflect M2 and M3. The reflections of revisions have to do with employees' ability to early announce their retirement or resignation to receive the $5,000 one-time payment for early announcements, so that during this time of reduction, we know plenty in advance positions that will become vacant so that we can shift people into qualifying positions. And so with that, we have revisions to additional retirements and resignations for the board's approval under M2 and M3, and there are copies here for the public of revisions as well.
And I believe the board received that earlier and has reviewed that. Any questions about those revisions? Seeing that there are none, is there a motion to move the consent item minus the amendments, the moving of those items to action items mentioned earlier?
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So approved. Okay. Next is item N for information and discussion items. N1, receipt of the Sacramento Valley Charter School renewal petition by the Board of Education. Chief Business Officer, Chris Mont Benitez. I'm sorry. There was a public comment on M2 that was not pulled. That's Pat. I apologize. I'm gonna, if you hold on for 1 second. Sorry about that, Pat. Please come on up. That's okay. That was a last-minute addition, so.
It was. It was. I'm not sure if the adult ed program is being cut totally. I heard rumor that it may be moving to school sites. This program's been in this district for 50 years. It has its own funding stream, I believe, so it should be continued, in my opinion. It serves several hundred students, and my main concern is safety. If you're planning to move the adult ed to school sites during the school day, those people will need to be fingerprinted. They are not allowed on school sites without being fingerprinted. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I don't know what your plan is, so thank you.
You're also on here for M4?
I am.
You are.
I'm sorry. There's just too many questions tonight. I have a concern with cutting the reading specialists that work directly with children. I had a grandson that required it the first couple of years of school, and it did him a world of good. I also have a problem in the same category of hiring teaching coaches. To me, that's a luxury at this time, given our budget. I have nothing against the teachers' coaches. I mean, there are times that they are really needed. But right now, I believe that's a luxury item. And if we can find the extra money between now and the end of the school year, you may be able to reverse that. I don't know. But right now, students are foremost and upfront. And teachers are trained to teach, and if they need help, there should be somebody in the district that can mentor them. Thank you.
May I have Ms. Danny Langford for M14 that was not pulled from the consent agenda? I apologize. There were a couple of consent agenda public comments that I had to go backwards to cover. Blue slip? Can you? Oh. Danny, can you? Yeah, M14. Yeah, M14, Danny. So. Are you sure? Are there any other public comments that were not completed by a blue form that need to be completed to speak in public comment? Just this gentleman over here?
There's one, Michael.
Michael who? Oh, P? Oh, Michael Lockery?
Okay, Mr. Michael Lockery, but, okay, so public comment, yes, I apologize, it was.
Looks like P1.
Correct. No, it's okay. We have several public comments tonight that we are trying to organize, so I apologize, that's slightly our oversight, so thank you for reminding us.
I'm very, very happy to speak before this group. I've done a lot of that kind of conversation in the past. I was a teacher here for 20 years at this district, as well as teachers union president for many years. And I'm giving this as a background because in the context of all the comments, including immigration. I have to say this, that this district means a lot to me. I came here in 1955 as a little boy, and it was primarily community Latino, and I was a white boy, a Russian. America was in a war with Russia, and so I was challenged in in the school system by boys. I was this size, but very thin. Didn't have this. At any rate, it's the Latino Mexican, primarily, girls that I would say saved my life, because it was part of this atmosphere in the West Sacramento area of immigration. And I like to think that the welcoming is still going on. Oh, I don't see the time. I guess I have all the time I need. No, there it is. The girls liked me because I was charming and I couldn't speak English. The girls, just like the ladies that spoke here, just now parents, 40 years old, and they are speaking on behalf of their children and themselves. My parents, of course, had a very hard time learning, but we did, the children. And how did the girls save me? They liked me, and so what happens when the boys challenged me, wanted to beat me into the ground because I was Russian? The girls said, we're going to bring our older brothers. And one time I was surrounded by a bunch of kids, and they were saying, who's going to hit me first? And a girl named Hernandez, Perez, and they said, you hit Mike.
Okay.
And you're going to deal with my big brother.
Excellent.
And they all knew her big brother was a husky guy. So I made a commitment after I finished elementary school and then high school that I would give back to West Sacramento. And I did 20 years of my life and serving in the school district. Now, of course, I'm doing other things. When I heard this agenda, I was shocked. I was shocked, really.
Mr. Lokev, your time is up. I know that you're also speaking on P1 and P2 a little bit later in the agenda, so can I give you the last 10 seconds and we'll call you back up on the P1 and P2 as well?
Or can I finish in a minute or so? Okay, just give me a few seconds now.
Yes, 10 seconds or so.
As I see it now, as I read this part and this part, all these deletions of categorical programs that we heard testimony has been so important, so crucial to the families of immigrants. And I looked at your faces, I was studying, and I saw some compassion in your faces. And I said, what can I say in a second? And I summarized it. Where's my piece of paper? Did I leave it over there?
So, again, we will call you back up on P1 and P2. We know that you are
No,
speaking
I'm
again
done.
later.
I'm done. Okay.
Thank you. I
I'm
appreciate
done.
it.
I'm done. This is it.
Please, I will call you back up on P1 and P2.
You can
you
call
will
me
be-
back later?
On the items that you're specific on the eliminations.
Okay.
Correct.
Wow. I was going to finish because I wanted to speak with you.
May I have Mr. Chris Mount Benitez come back up? Because I know that there are a lot of people from the Sacramento Valley Charter also here who've been waiting with children, and I want to acknowledge that as well. who are, looks like some of them are a little bit past their bedtime, I think. So I thank you for waiting. Sorry about that, the wait, but thank you.
Good evening, trustees and colleagues and community members. I am past my bedtime, so I appreciate that.
That is not true, because you've been here later, sir.
Okay, so we have a couple of items this evening for the petition renewal for Sacramento Valley Charter School. The first item is N1. This is just notification of the receipt. So the petition was delivered to the district office seeking the renewal of Sacramento Valley Charter School's charter for a 5-year term beginning July 1 of 2019. This evening, the board is receiving the petition to commence the renewal petition process. The petition must be received by the board to start the process. However, this item is not an action or voting item. That's not needed to receive it. So this is an information item for the board, and the board president can verbally acknowledge the receipt of the petition on behalf of the board. There is a public hearing regarding the renewal petition later on tonight's agenda. And as has been mutually agreed by the petitioners, the Sacramento Valley Charter School, the board's decision regarding the renewal will be on the February 28th meeting. The petition was delivered right before the break, and so I sat down with Dr. Singh and Vicky, and we came up with the process so that we weren't all trying to renew it or review it over the holiday when I knew everybody was gone.
Okay.
Thank you.
So received for the board president.
Thank you.
Okay. And now the presentation.
Yes, so Sacramento Valley did request to make a short 5-minute presentation about the presentation of their charter renewal this evening. And so Dr. Singh and Vicky, I believe, are here to do that. I'm not sure who else they might ask.
The presentation of the presentation.
Correct.
Good evening, Superintendent Luna and Washington Unified School District Board members. Thank you for giving me time this late evening. We can speak for hours about our school because we love it. But out of respect for your time at this time, so we will be very, very brief. The purpose of this presentation is to highlight how we qualify to be renewed for the next 5 years. The most important factor that qualifies us for renewal is that SVCS increased academic achievement for all groups of pupils. We call our students scholars. So for all groups of scholars, we increased in the past 4 years. Although API has become outdated, there are new parameters. If they are converted into deciles 4 to 10, even then in the last 4 years, we stand 5 to 8. And in the last 2 years, we are 7 and 8 out of 10. So all those 4 conditions, to my mind, we fulfill, and we are ready and fully prepared to take on for the next 5 years. So the first slide, all board members are here, parents are here, staff members, teachers, and students. So this presentation is on behalf of all of us. So, second slide. Second one. So success of all groups of students come because we focus too much on standardized curriculum and rigor of it. And we train our staff. Our teachers are wonderful. They're fully credentialed. They get staff development off and on. And they are always excited and happy to work at the school. All these are our teachers, highly qualified staff with uncompromising commitment. So we provide safe, compassionate learning environment
And that's the key to success. If kids are not happy and our staff is not happy, it's not possible. Next. So every month we hold Achievement Award Assembly. Students are rewarded for the achievement. Parents come, and other kids and scholars get inspired, and they want to outdo others. So these are the students who exceeded standards last year in CASP, so they were all honored. Next. So our 8th grade graduates exceeded standards in math and English both. Next.
I'm sorry, but this is more slides than we had submitted, so.
Okay. Yeah, all right. So our PTO is here, and PTO is the heart of our school. They plan so many activities, and we have presence in all PTO-led events like 200 to 150, and it's a highly attended event. They raise funds for us. They do our Harvest Festival and many other activities. So our most important program we have is World Language Punjabi program. And this has been, though the education department only made it a kind of a compulsory for now, but we introduced in 2011. And the purpose of this is to develop our student intellectually, emotionally, and personally. And research supports this contention that when kids learn any world language from early grades, like kindergarten, they develop harmoniously. And we have a lot of evidence of this research. Our kids are, even though we are 170, like 70% of unduplicated kids, and still we are beating the results. So, 1 minute, Mr. Bhajan Binder, our board member, he's going to talk about our financial position. Mr. Binder.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow citizens and our honorable board members. Growing up as a Singaporean in a diverse society, education has been one key that has made the tiny island an oasis of cultural harmony and educational excellence. I have personally, as a board member serving on the Sacramento Valley Charter School, I've benefited from that experience from Singapore. And I'm proud to serve as a board member here in the Institute Sacramento Valley Charter School. Here at SVCS, our single goal is the education of our children. The directors, along with the teachers, staff, are unified in their view that the very foundation of a very vibrant society depend on the extent of attention given to the most precious jewels, our children. And we are proud of our academic achievements, and at the same time, the board of directors, along with the staff and its leadership of Dr. Singh, our principals, are looking at every opportunity to press on towards the path of even further improvements and excellence. As charter school board members, we must manage ourselves going through the initial growing pains and challenges by investing in proven governance best practices and regarding board composition, committee structure, meetings, and the dynamics of the school. We qualify for Sacramento Valley Charter School's renewal petition and pledge that the high-performing achievements are going to continue. The board of directors and staff, along with our rock of our foundation of our school, the PTO, the Sacramento Valley Charter School will continue to work hard for our children's future in partnership with the Washington Unified School District leadership. Thank you so much.
And thank you very much. In the end, I will say we have enough reserves, and we balance our budget every year. And we are aligning our budget with our LCAP, and we are good to go for the next 5 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your
And
speedy
here are
presentation.
our scholars, first grade, fourth grade, and we have our PTO here present, and some parents. and all we work together, and we would like to work with the Washington Unified School District in future also. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We have a public comment from Mr. Wayne Strumpfer.
Good evening Superintendent Luna, President Wong, and board members. My name is Wayne Strumpfer. I'm with Young Mini and Core, and we have represented Sac Valley Charter Schools since their inception. The intent of the legislature is that charter schools should be an integral part of the public education system. The default position of the board is to approve this renewal of the charter. I know it's not up for vote tonight, but I'd like to just discuss really very briefly the reasons why Sacramento Valley should be approved. Really, the reasons to deny cannot be found in this petition. You will find affirmations and a declaration in the charter. It's got a sound educational program, proven successful implementation of that program, and the charter includes comprehensive descriptions of all 15 required elements. Sacramento Valley academic numbers prove success. As you know, increase in academic achievement is the most important factor in granting a renewal for a charter. As you can see in the charter, Sacramento Valley continues to increase academic achievement and consistently outperform schools the students would be otherwise required to attend and schools that are demographically similar in the district in the Sacramento area. We look forward to working with district staff and council during this review period. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And 3, presentation of,
For information discussion, isn't it?
oh, sorry, information and discussion. I apologize.
Yeah.
Do you have any, does the board have any discussion items or questions for any presentation?
Yeah, I just wanted to make, for full transparency, all the same questions that I've put forward and asked of Lighthouse Charter, I would like to be answered for Sac Valley Charter as well, considering we're considering an MOU at some point in the future between the district and Sac Valley Charter. So I definitely have some concerns that I would like to see addressed at some point in some kind of conversation or dialogue between the district and Sac Valley Charter. So
Any other board comments or questions for discussion? No? If not, okay. Thank you for your comments, Vice President Pizzotti. Moving on to N3. Now we have the presentation of the Fallbrook Westmore Oaks Homecoming Master Plan. Not a party, conceptually, the conceptual plan.
It's the master plan conceptual for the site, that's correct. If I can invite Bree up. Are both of you coming? I can't, no? You're just sending Bree? Okay. Great. So good evening again, trustees and community. During the Board of Education study session held on October 17th of 2018, the board received details regarding the current utilization and maintenance needs of the current 14 district sites. Additional information was delivered to the board on the regularly scheduled board meeting of November 8th of 2018 during the facility's immediate and long-term plan recommendation presentation. Upon receiving the information delivered at both meetings, the board gave approval to move forward with immediate plan recommendations and the pursuance of a district-wide facility master plan. One immediate recommended plan item included the relocation of instruction and operations from the current Westmore Oaks Elementary School at 1100 Clarendon to the site that was formerly operating as the Westmore Oaks Elementary School located at 1504 Fallbrook, about 2 blocks away from the current site. The board approved an individualized site master plan with BCA Architects on December 13th of 2018. The site master plan conceptual is complete. The master plan schedule of the Fallbrook campus includes relocating grades TK through 4. That is not like a requirement. That's what it would accommodate. Just a little clarification there. In a first phase of classroom modernizations and administration, area remodel and expansion. What that's saying is a remodel and modernization of the current facility. The site master plan also includes a second phase of new construction that would expand on available parking and new classroom wings to house grades 5 through 8. The site master plan and schedule was introduced to site administration and staff on January 14th and is attached this evening for the board's review and discussion. With that said, I would like to introduce and give Bree the opportunity to introduce herself. Bree is an architect with BCA that we've been working with that took a large portion of her holiday time to come up with a very fast-paced master plan conceptual for a couple of reasons. First of all, the timeline expressed by the board and by the district to rapidly move ahead with the modernization so that we had a more appropriate site for the students, as well as the potential of funds being available for modernization for the district if we get a plan approved and on the books with DSA for the coming funding cycle, which was part of the new proposed governor's budget. Those funds for construction are already gone for sites that have already been approved. However, modernization funds are currently still available if we can get the plans in quickly enough, which would of course offset some of the costs of the modernization, which is quite costly. So Bree, would you introduce yourself a little bit more besides being wonderful with all of our demands? Because I know I'm a little demanding, but.
Good evening. It's nice to be here. My name is Bree Gargano. I am a client leader at BCA Architects. I'm also an architect, and I have been working in the district since 2012, but with BCA since 2016. I really enjoy working for your district. This has been a great project so far with this conceptual and moving forward with an SD package for the modernization so that you can get your students, TK through 4, into your classrooms for the upcoming school year. That is the hope that we would move forward. It's to try and get you guys into a site that can work for you and will work for you. We just want to make sure that we can do everything we can to get it moving forward.
Okay. With that said, we have 2 items that were attached to the agenda for board review and information this evening. The first one is the timeline. It's a very aggressive timeline. I did label it draft because there are some assumptions on there that I always like to make sure that we point out. Can we pull up the draft timeline attachment by any chance?
We all have it in front of us.
Okay.
While you're, I mean,
Great.
for the public can see, but we all are looking at it right now, Chris.
Okay, great. So, and it is available, of course, on the agenda as well. So a couple of things to point out with the draft timeline. It's a very aggressive timeline as far as school remodeling and construction goes. It does begin in early January. Some of those dates have already passed, and that is why you also have the conceptual. It's what we discussed before. However, I'd like to know that there are a number of assumptions that are listed at the top, very similar to, maybe I work with budget too much these days, but very similar to budget assumptions. This schedule is put together with the understanding that all of those assumptions are met or the schedule cannot be met. So I just want to make that clear to the board that if those assumptions can't be met, then the schedule can't be met. That also potentially takes us out of line for any funding that might be available for modernization. So I just want that awareness to be public and out there. The schedule is aggressive and in multiple phases. There's actually 3 phases. We have them listed as 2, but there's sort of a hidden 3rd phase. So the first phase is modernization of the existing facility. The second phase is construction, which is concurrent as soon as the first phase is completed. Actually, the site work will begin as the first phase is going on. The 3rd phase, which isn't as explicit here, is work that actually occurs over multiple summers to bring the campus together and to finish it. But since that doesn't impact the school year, we didn't call it out separately. It's working on those 2 portions. But basically, it will take a combination of a year, an academic school year, as well as 2 summers to fully complete. Okay? Any questions on the schedule for Bree or myself?
We also have several public comments, so, I mean,
Okay.
I'm sure we'll take the public comments and then have a discussion afterwards if you're finished with your
Sure, did you
presentation.
want to see the plan before the comments or after?
Why don't we finish just the presentation, and then we'll take public comments, and then we'll discuss with the board.
Great. The second, beautiful. The second attachment that you have is the actual conceptual. I wanted to point out a few things, and Bree is here this evening because she's a lot smarter than I am, and so she gets to answer any detailed questions. I wanted to make sure that the board and the public had an overview of what we presented to the site staff and administration. Essentially, this plan is color-coded in a number of different ways. The yellow buildings, as well as the blue and yellow portion of the front-facing building. The front on this diagram is what faces the curved portion of the street labeled Fallbrook. That is the current physical location that will be modernized or is slated for modernization. The modernization will be a gut and refinish of those rooms, including updating of all the bathrooms to be ADA compliant, which is fairly extensive, as well as a lot of new what we call pipe work, meaning that we have to put new drainage and sewer lines in as well to make sure that everything is functional for a campus of approximately 800 to 900 students. It also includes a lot of site work on the back, hard surface work, a lot of concrete work, and the addition of playground and hard court surface. That's all in the first phase, as well as the modernization of the administrative building, including, again, ADA compliance, bathrooms, office, and new flow for the office to make it much more appropriate as compared to the 1940s construction, but we will keep the original structure. It's also a partial refurbishment of the MPR, the multipurpose room. Phase 2, and there is some site work in the parking lots as well. To get a little bit of perspective for those that are familiar with the current structure, these rectangles are actually parking underneath the existing solar structures, if that helps anybody orient themselves to the site. Phase 2 is construction of 2 new buildings, and those new buildings are a departure from the past, and that is because this is more purpose-built for a K-8 concept. So these are classrooms with egress to all of the sidewalk structures, as well as ingress and egress to internal multi-purpose flexible use space that can house large instruction or alternate seating areas for such things as it could be anything from flexible instruction room to cafeteria overflow to whatever the folks there might want to use. The only changes that have been made from this design since we went through it with BCA is that this space right here, Westmore Oaks, their garden space is very important to them, they told us. And we originally, in this design, have it out here. It's actually been relocated to be more central to the campus, and it takes up the area right here in the slightly revised diagram. We wanted it to be more central to their campus because it is used as an instructional area, and the folks there have expressed how important it is to them. All of the green space around the campus, it just has outlines in there to what could be fit into that area. That is the area that was proposed as the dual use. The Parks Commission is willing to develop that so that it is used by the school solely during the day, very similar to the arrangement we have with Elkhorn, and then it would be open to the public in the evening. I cannot commit the parks to these items in this area, but we did measure and suggest what might fit into those areas that would also be advantageous to our students, and so we will work with them on that. Anything that you'd like to add to that, Bree?
No, you did very nice.
I've
really
listened.
hit everything,
I've
yeah.
listened.
Great, so if you guys want to take a little break, and I'm going to take about 10 public comments. May I have Ms. Grace Chamberlain up for this item? Hi, Grace.
Good evening. My name is Grace Chamberlain, and I am the band director at Westmore Oaks Elementary. I teach 5th through 8th grade band to 20 to 45 students a day. I have 4 band classes currently at that site, and I'm here to express concerns about the site plan that was just proposed. If you look at it, it says there is no room or any space dedicated for band, and it needs a sizable space. I have asked where would band go, and they said the likelihood is on the stage. Now, the stage was constructed back in the 40s and 50s, and after visiting it yesterday, it is too small. It is 15 feet by 32 feet, which is smaller than a standard portable classroom, which is 24 by 36 feet. The stage can easily fit inside of a portable classroom with lots of wiggle room on the sides. My students are middle school students. They're big kids. With them, chairs, music stands, instruments, percussion equipment, it's going to get very, very small, very, very fast. My other concern is storage space. There is a small storage space behind the stage that could be dedicated for musical instrument storage, but I have a very large inventory of instruments, 120 musical instruments to be exact, that do get checked out during the school year, but they do get checked back in at the end of the school year. And that space would have to be dedicated for musical instruments, plus my desk, plus sheet music library. It's not suitable for a band class. My third concern is the fact of teaching on the stage and sharing the facility with the cafeteria. That is, on many levels, challenging. It will provide a lot of distractions. You got mealtime distractions during instructional time. You have assemblies that will interrupt instructional time, and even indoor recesses will interrupt instructional time. I am been in the district, this is my second year, and I've been trying my very hardest to build the band program up, and it would be a huge challenge to go from my 45-member group and then having to put them in such a tiny space. I'm going to lose students that way. And I feel that I needed to express this to the board because sometimes band and music is often overlooked in the grand scheme of things, and I need to let you guys know what it takes to run a band program. Thank you.
On time. It's as though you're like syncopated. Mr. Don Stauffer.
Thank you again. I'll be building off of Ms. Chamberlain's presentation. Of course, I have a different instructional bias than band. So just some things on the conceptual drawings that I have some questions about. It appears that the PK4 side is going to be isolated from the 5-8 side, in fact, even having separate entryways and a separate administrative offices. And I was wondering if that is actually going to be totally separated in that way. So assuming I'm a parent of a middle school child, then do I sign in if I'm going to visit the school at the main administration? Do I go right over to the 5-8? Because it looks like there's a separate office on that new side of the campus. Questions about the new classrooms. Will any of the new 5-8 classrooms be set up for lab activities? Here comes my bias. And will there be an area set aside for storage for science equipment and other related equipment? And then finally, and of course it's in the conceptual drawing, doesn't show the architectural construction drawings, but will there be general neutral bathrooms available for students? Thank you.
I think the law requires that we have gender neutral, right? Yeah. As we told a Brownie earlier, that we like to follow the law. Ms. Danny Langford.
Good evening. This is all kind of a mess, being that we had an item pulled off of consent, which I'm glad you pulled it off, don't get me wrong, regarding the architectural contract with this group. So is this what we got for the $35,000 contract that you approved in December? Has there been any outreach to the surrounding community? Because trust me, my husband grew up on Fernwood Court. My kids all attended that school. I'm very familiar with the Fallbrook campus. 800 to 900 students in that little area is going to heavily impact that neighborhood, and I guarantee you that they're not happy about it, because I know a lot of the neighbors that have asked questions throughout this process, including the city's design for the park on that campus. Are we changing the name to the Fallbrook School? Because that's what it says on this design, just saying. Leaseback, I saw it on the front page of this. That's caused us problems that we're currently dealing with financially. Is there going to be problems like that down the road? The master plan, is this the master plan, the conceptual plan that you're seeing for the first time tonight, or have you seen it before? The contract that was $1.2 million that was pulled off the consent agenda tonight, was that including this, in addition to this? Where is all this money going to come from? We're doing all these layoffs. We have all these people we're disrupting, programs we're going to cut. Where are we going to fund this? I get that there's problems at the current West Morris, Old River City, Old James Marshall. I get that. But where are we going to have the money? Because I guarantee you this community isn't going to give you one more dime the way the money has been spent on Measure V especially. Huge concerns over splitting the campus again. We did that when we moved them. They were the only campus that we split in 2 sections. And are they even recovered from that? Because it took a lot when we merged them back together. Looking at my notes here. And as far as the city doing this cute little park, I've been to countless meetings, city-related, school district-related, as you guys know. They've said over and over, including our mayor, even at the 2x2s, we do not have any money in parks and recs. How is this going to come into fruition if they have no money in their budget? And residents around that area have said absolutely no to tennis courts, because this backs right up to their homes, with most of them having chain link fences. I know this because my husband used to jump it to get to school when he heard the bell. So we have to be mindful of that community in addition to how we're building this. But we're in financial trouble. How are we going to spend millions of dollars rehabbing this and $1.2 million on an architect? Thank you.
Okay. On time. It's as though you've done this often. Pat Flint. Don't start the clock yet. Hmm?
Pat, send it up there.
Thank you. I'm just going to touch on the concerns here that I have. You have my letter in front of you. My concerns are the district is moving too quickly with Westmore Oaks project. What is the hurry? Why split this campus? The project will only be ready for the K-4 students. Westmore Oaks was a KA split when it was developed. It struggled. Again, what is the rush? Delaying it 1 year will not hurt. You're also rushing architects, I might add. It takes a while to get DSA approval and to do all of these things. They're working hard. They started way before you approved this. The Fallbrook site is completed to accommodate all of the students, and that's when it should be moved. It shouldn't be split. Splitting campuses will cost more money that the district does not have. Again, I am not against moving those kids back to Westmore Oaks. My other concern is that I'm asking you to wait for the master plan concept, or the master plan that we are currently working on, to be completed. Each campus will be evaluated. Each campus will be put in order of where it needs work, how it needs work, when it needs to be done, and how it will accommodate students and address our curriculum. My other concern is, of course, the River City campus, and again, I've addressed that in the letter. The community is not happy with it the way it's being planned. Hopefully, it will change, and we will be in further discussion on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flint. So now time for board discussion, questions. Chris, can I have you two come back up? Go ahead, Trustee Alcala.
Okay, Chris, some very good questions were raised. So I think the public had questions about where our funding is going to come from for this project.
So, whoops, I'll leave it here. It's more fair. So the funding for the entire project at this point is Measure V less about $500,000. So it is all the remaining Measure V money. At this time, we're also hoping that if we can get it approved quickly enough, that we'll get some of the money back for the modernization, which would then cover that additional needed plus. That's one of the reasons that when the board gave direction to move ahead quickly on this particular project for the suitability of this site, as well as to make sure that we got in line in the event that any funds were released in this coming funding cycle. So there is no new construction money available as of yet. There probably will not be until new bonds are passed by the state in 2020. However, there is modernization money that is becoming available. If we don't have things approved by about March, then that funding is looking to be soaked up as well. The district has missed out on enough of those funding cycles that we are trying to take advantage of much as possible of what was just announced in the January budget.
So that funding cycle, would that cover the 500K?
That's the hope, is that it would soak up actually more than that, but
Okay.
and make up that difference.
When do you think our master plan is going to be ready?
For this particular site or all?
No, everything, the entire master plan.
The district-wide master planning process, we're looking to move to award, I'm going to get help from the audience because my facilities person's out there. I'm sorry? So we'll be bringing the master plan group to the board for approval on February 14th, which is the next board meeting. Once they begin that process, it's the fastest they would get it done is between 6 and 8 months. However, I think that would also be fairly aggressive. So this project is scheduled to use up Measure V funding, and Measure V was for modernization of school sites. And that is, so the Bright School site and this school site would be the two school sites that we could point to that have actually been used specifically for modernization and bringing those school sites back online. The rest of the modernization that we've done are, I don't want to call them hidden, but for example, like fire alarms and ADA compliance, those are things that the community doesn't see as visibly. They're essential. I'm not saying that they're not, but they're not as easy to see. These two projects would be specifically in line with that bond language, and it is specifically modernization and bringing two sites, the Bright Campus and the original Westmore Oaks, back online, both 1940s campuses, both nice campuses with great tree cover, and modernizing them and bringing them back online for the community.
So when we have the master plan on February 14th, it would be, we'd miss out on the funding cycle for modernization if we waited until that time on this Fallbrook.
So if you approve on February 14th, the vendor that the committee chooses for the master planning process, then that just allows them to begin the planning process, and that planning process will take at the most 6 to 8 months, I'm guessing.
Okay.
But that, yes, that funding will all be gone at that point.
Okay. Now, I had some questions also about the concerns about the band and the staging area. That's where the band would go. I noticed that there's a multi-purpose area.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any plans for that multi-purpose area?
It-
That accommodate perhaps
So one of the things that I
question.
talked to the staff about, Bree wasn't able to join me that day. She was out of town, but I was there with a bunch of folks from the district, actually, to speak to the staff and administrators. We aren't telling people prescriptively what spaces to use for what purposes, right? As a former site principal, that actually would have really irritated me. You will see labels on the master plan. We took those labels from the existing classrooms that are in use at the current campus, and we just transposed them on to these actual, the little squares that identify the site. We made it very clear to staff that that was not our recommendation. We weren't trying to prescriptively tell them that that's what those buildings or those spaces should be used for. That is a site administration prerogative. There are classroom spaces that the site administration will have to designate for various uses. There is also multi-use space, which none of our other K-8s have, that interior-exterior multi-use space, which each can accommodate over 100 students. The MPR is used at many of our sites for band, whether it's the stage area or other areas. Those are really scheduling and site questions. I don't want to get into telling principals what space to use for what. One of the issues, I was actually just at Bridgeway, Doug, I don't know if he left, but he mentioned that the other day, and I was chatting with the band teachers, and the band teacher that I was chatting with there said, the reason that we use the stage is not because we couldn't fit in a classroom, it's that no one wants us in the classroom next to us practicing when they're trying to teach another class. That was our conversation. So those are situations that we let site principals deal with because we don't want to get into telling them what the best use is. So every site gets to figure those things out for themselves. We are providing the space, modernized space, and new space.
Okay, just one more. We put a big emphasis on our STEM programs, and someone just asked if there was any place for, I guess, what do they call those, wet labs? In the science, or do we have any classrooms designated for that? I'm asking the architect.
So what we've been told is, as of right now, is that, yes, we need to have storage and some hazardous storage for science, and that would be in those 2 new classrooms. It doesn't show, since right now they're just a box, but we would obviously develop that into being able to have storage and do their science that they need to do with all their curriculum.
And one question, on the playfields and tennis courts and all that, that's just what could be. It's not part of the actual plan that you
Correct.
submitted.
Correct. Sorry, yes.
Thank you. Okay. Vice President Pizzotti, it looks like you had a question?
No, she took them all.
Okay, sorry. Any other? Nope. You had, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Did you want to? Okay.
And then afterwards, Clerk?
So one question I have, I think I remember watching the City Parks and Rec Commission meeting on this site and on their, what they would do with this space. And they were, I don't remember what their plan looked like or what they included. I think the community wanted a walking trail, or I'm not remembering it. The trees were important, I know that. But my understanding from watching that meeting, those conversations was that they had designated some funds to be able to do something like this. So can you just clarify that conversation, or if we've had a conversation?
So again, all of the outlines that we put are completely conceptual.
Yes, I understand.
Since we are not paying for those improvements, we can't dictate how they'll be used. We've provided suggestions of what would fit in those spaces that would be useful to our children. The funding that the Parks group is looking at is actually grant funding. It's in this round, 1920 grant funding being provided to municipalities. It is one-time funding for development of green space in different communities. The community does qualify for it, and the Parks Commission has committed to pursuing that with the grant money, which is what the meeting was about. So it is not ongoing funding that they have, it is development funding for new green spaces. One of the things that we did accommodate because of their review was notice none of the tree cover. It is an old growth oak grove on that site, so the entire plan also had to accommodate leaving the entire tree canopy in place and the root structure. So that was also another limitation of doing it, to make sure that it was satisfactory.
Okay, good. I think we've heard many times over the years about this field and space just being underutilized, and this is a neighborhood, if you've spent time in it, that really does not have public parks, places to have recreation after school, and so I think I'm very hopeful for that conversation to move forward, and hopefully that partnership and that money and funding. The other piece, as I looked at this, in terms of, since the garden space that's there now, if that is being removed, then possibly there might be space for a portable, or is there a possibility that there might be room to add? I know that costs money and a whole lot of other things as well, but.
It's less of a room restriction, it is a financial restriction.
Okay.
So at this point, and we are trying desperately to get out of the portable business, to accommodate all of the expansion and differentiation of the campuses over the past 20 years. Almost half of our classroom space is now portable, and even though we've tried to renovate it, it is not something that you can renovate forever like you can stick-built, which is why this entire campus is not portable. The entire redesign is stick-built, and it's within the remaining funding available. That was very complex. Bree can attest to that, the number of times that we've had to go back to the drawing board. Portables, interestingly enough, are in such high demand in the state right now, they've begun to exceed the cost of stick-built. It's a really interesting economic dynamic right now. But to drop more buildings would increase the cost significantly. So we have maximized all of the available money to make sure that we can fit it within the parameters of Measure V and hopefully what we can get back from modernization. That will change if we aren't able to access those modernization funds.
Okay, thank you. And then can you speak to the entryways, and if there are two ways? I know this is, again, conceptual, but if we have.
So the intent with the second admin is really for the upper grades principal office, so that she, or he, I think it's a she, right? Currently.
Whichever, he or she.
He or she has view to the parent drop-off for when kids are coming in and out, because that's our new parent drop-off area, versus the original admin is the lower grades principal area. That's the main entry still of your site.
Okay. Okay, so this would not be a direct access point?
For, like, parents?
Yes.
No, that was not, okay, that was not the
No,
intent.
so the entryway bifurcates into two different sidewalks. Everybody comes in the same entry.
Okay.
And basically, upper grade students walk to the left and lower grade to the right. I'm not very good unless I'm orienting myself that way, sorry. The reason for that was, understand that we're trying to provide line of sight to the adults on campus. So the way of the orientation of the buildings, you can tell when it was built because they're all east-west. That was sort of typical of that time to maximize the sunlight exposure. But because of that and maintaining that tree canopy, which is so important to the community as well as to the parks and to the city, is that we can't then just build back, providing direct line of sight through the whole campus, because we would have to take out the entire Oak Grove. Okay? So we had to build north-south. And then to accommodate that and provide the adults line of sight on both sides, we provided two separate administrative areas, and both administrative areas are equipped with gender-neutral bathrooms.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
That was my question, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, I'm almost done. My last piece then, I think would be just that as you look forward and move towards these plans, that I know this is a very tight timeline and moving forward, but that staff is really involved in this process. I know at Bright, I had really wanted skylights. Obviously, I'm not the teacher there. What teachers want, I think, is important. But there's a lot of opportunity when you're putting in a new building. And it's really exciting when you go and visit other campuses and you see the natural light. And so I hope there are ways to maximize some of those exciting things that are happening in building construction. I know they cost money, but maybe there are things that, for example, I toured a school recently and they said that the cost of putting in their skylights really wasn't much different than had they just, since they were doing new build. So just moving forward, I hope.
We do many classroom buildings with skylights.
Good,
Yeah.
okay. All right, I just remembered one more thing, I apologize. So our students who are in the Bridge District, this is the school that they would attend, is that correct? I believe it, if they're,
So it's the same attendance area of the current Westmore Oaks.
yes. So I just wanted to
So I
make
think
sure
it's
that moving
part-
forward, there would be enough, the growth would be enough to accommodate what we have, and if we,
Yes, actually, I was talking to one of the staff members that I've chatted with a number of times, and she noted that there are actually more classrooms with labels on there than are currently at Westmore Oaks. That's because, remember, we just transferred labels and provided the number of classrooms, but it does provide for a little bit of growth as well.
okay, thank you.
How they're used, though, is not what those labels are intended for.
Correct, that's what it is. Clerk Jackson, you had some questions that you've been holding on to.
Yeah, I think some of these questions may have actually been answered prior to my being on the board, but if you could you clarify for me what's the rationale for actually splitting the campus, moving part there now versus the entire campus at the same time?
It's a lot of history that I've had to learn in the last 7 months. So evidently, at the time of the comprehensive high school build, that was one of 2 high schools split between the central, southern / northern portion, and the board at that time decided to build a district-wide comprehensive high school. And the comprehensive high school was finished in such a time that the high school students spent a half a year at their existing campus and then moved halfway through the year. However, there was a decision made largely, I'm guessing from the heart, that no one wanted to leave those campuses vacant, so they actually took the neighboring K-5 school also in the middle of the year with very little preparation and had them walk the 2 blocks with their stuff and relocated them to the old high school campus so that it wouldn't be vacant, even though it wasn't intended for K-5. And as a result of that, I think you heard tonight some comments that reflected some of the anxiety that caused by sort of an unplanned mid-year move, and then adding on additional grades to help fill up parts of that old high school, even though parts of that old high school were no longer considered usable, which is why they're closed off, and we added more portables to the site to accommodate that. So it was sort of an ad hoc sort of plan, and if you visit the site, which I'm happy, if, as a new board member, I can bring you through, you'll see that as a K-8 site, it's been a difficult site to use, and it does look and function in a very ad hoc manner. So it's been a point evidently of dissatisfaction for some while as far as not being appropriate as a K-8, which is why when I got here, I was told that was a priority to take care of and have a more appropriate site.
So is there more of a, so is there any reason why then it cannot, well, the moving of the entire site cannot happen at once versus happening in phases?
Bree and I were chuckling over there because that would be a much easier schedule for us, but we were told, please find a better, more appropriate site as soon as possible. It is just not an appropriate site, particularly for our little ones, meaning for our lower grade students. So we put together the most aggressive schedule possible to make sure that that happened, since the old site does require maintenance and is not always a very particularly friendly site, particularly for little ones. So would that be an easier schedule for us to meet, just to close the entire site for 18 months and then move everybody at once? Yes. It still is going to take the same amount of time, but then we could give the contractors the entire site to work on rather than piecemeal and in summers and doing different phases.
Right.
But again, the charge was as quickly as is feasibly possible.
Has there been any discussions with either the administration or teachers there and said, hey, you know what, we suck it up for another 7 or 8 months and move everyone at once?
No, I've been over there 3 times to discuss, and reaction from individuals is mixed. Some people, there's actually a lot of folks over there that actually used to teach at the original site who are very anxious to get back. There's some that never taught there. There's a bunch that have never been there. Being at an old high school site has some, I would think of them as advantages. You know, they're the only site that has that big gymnasium, which is sort of a cool Quonset hut. which is tough to maintain because of its age, but they, instead of just an MPR, they have a sort of a gymnasium. They have a much bigger quad, which is sort of nice looking for a high school, but it's hard to keep track of 4 and 5 and 6-year-olds in that large quad in some of those buildings. It was not constructed as an elementary school. So, I mean, there's mixed feelings, like with everything. I always relate things to being like home construction. When I redesign my kitchen, there's a lot of negotiations that go on in order to settle on what that's going to look like, and it probably doesn't turn out like either one of us initially imagines. It's a compromise. So we've heard vocally from both sides of that equation.
Yeah. And one last thing is, I'm just curious because it was brought up earlier as well. Is there any additional costs that by splitting the move that you're aware of?
I don't know on the moving side, but on the construction side, the way that schedule is put together is we finish one and they start like right after your following board meeting. So there's no downtime for the contractor. So from a contracting side, yeah, I guess they could start, if you give them the whole site, they could start the new construction earlier, but I'd have to look into that and talk to kind of figure that one out.
Trustee Alcala?
Okay, so for the new construction on 5 through 8, when would that start?
In that schedule, I want to say it starts right around the end of August this year.
And that's assuming that we get the money from the state? No?
New construction is different funding.
New construction is different funding, and there is no available funding from the state.
Okay.
I know that's confusing, and why do they break it all up? Because that's the way that it's passed. So modernization funding, there's still some funding available from the state. New construction is tapped.
So I'm going to go back to Trustee Alcala's first question. How will we pay for new construction?
Measure V.
Oh, okay. So I just to reiterate, then this is all covered through Measure V and is not necessarily buying signage, because I know that is often a comment that's brought up. So appropriate use of Measure V within those limitations.
Correct. So the Measure V money that's currently unencumbered, and I'm sorry, this part's off the top of my head, between $17.5 and $18 million as of my last week. We will be getting some money back from Bright Phase 2 because there was CTE, facilities improvement money to the tune of 1.5 approved by the state, but we have to finish Phase 2 before we get that back. That's the way construction money flows from the state. So that will add to our fund balance. That'll bring us up to about 19.5, which leaves us about $500,000 short, assuming full contingencies. So that $500,000 could be absorbed by getting in quickly enough that we get modernization assistance for funding, or if, I've never seen one, maybe Bree has, if we don't have to use all of our contingencies, but that's an unusual circumstance, especially with a 1940s building.
I think it's important to say, because I think the public did make in the same board meeting where we're making massive cuts, is that these are expensive projects, but these are actually it's categorical funds that have already been earmarked for such projects. Are we understanding that correctly?
Correct. So not just Measure V, any GO bond funding can only be used with the purpose that it is specified for on the ballot language. This ballot language is very specifically for the modernization and improvement of existing facilities in the district. This is actually one that architecturally and historically and facilities-wise is notable. It is one of, in other words, it's one of our nicer potential facilities that we've actually let languish for some time. So this money can only be used for that purposes. It cannot be used for employee salaries, for example. It only has to be used for that purpose. That's the law.
I think that's important to understand within tonight's actually agenda for public comment. I mean, I don't know if other board members have comments about that, but I think that just needs to be very clear that it is a large project, big price tag on the same agenda that we're having to make certain recommendations. Right, so absolutely clear, we cannot use those for salaries. I just want to verify. Okay, go ahead.
One
Jackson?
other question is that I'm curious that going back to the whole potential of possibly splitting the move, just logically thinking, it's can take into consideration the current budget situation that we find ourselves in, it seems to me that it's possible that we would be incurring additional personnel costs by splitting the campuses, by having part of an administrative team on one side versus in.
So this is actually one of the things I was just talking to Grace at Bridgeway Island about this afternoon. So we are fortunate right now. We have at least 2 administrators on each K-8 site. So that's actually where I started being a principal. And I had 720 students, and I was the only administrator on the site. So I keep picking on Grace. It's one of our ongoing jokes that I have administrator envy. We've very nicely funded our sites for having the number of administrators far more than what's required, because we believe that that's good for the support of our schools. So we already have 2 administrators. So for the period, if we do decide to phase it in, 1 administrator would have half the students roughly at each site. So there's not an additional administrative cost to that.
But what about support staff and things like that? Because I don't think, is there enough support staff at the site to split and put half at one?
The only additional staff that we would need as far as support for that 1 year is some additional playground supervision staff.
I'm going to follow up on that question also. What about cafeteria workers and people like that for lunch?
So because of the number of staff that we have and the way that we're rearranging it, because we've reduced some of those folks too, because we've been a little overstaffed for the number of students that we have, we would also be able to accommodate with the existing number of cafeteria workers.
And I guess one more question, environmental impact report type of question. Someone had a concern in the audience that there may be more traffic, more congestion. How are we handling that?
So to my knowledge, the district's currently talking to your legal counsel about CEQA, which is part of that study. I don't have any knowledge on traffic report studies. I just tend to help and support in that, so I wouldn't be able to answer that at this time.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I think the traffic question is different from CEQA, which is environmental, because you can't build a building without CEQA. So I'm not to
No.
So
They
I think
do
that the
go
question is
together.
about traffic congestion and traffic patterns,
So
not necessarily
that side.
environmental.
That's
I
what it
apologize.
would
I don't mean to redirect you.
No,
but
no.
you're-
No.
It's specific to traffic patterns.
Right.
So I think I'm understanding, but tell me if I'm off. So we do have on that site plan, you'll notice that there are 53 parking spaces, which does accommodate, including guest parking. The space also doubles. It's a nice design because it does double and have the space to be a bus turn-in as well, so that the bus doesn't have to go to the street. We do have a side area that students can be dropped off as well, a side gate, but it does not have a designated bus turnout. That added additional cost that we couldn't accommodate. But the parking lot design is designed wide and large enough so that it accommodates not only fire trucks, because it's our fire lane, but it accommodates any school buses pulling in and dropping off right at the drop-off spot.
All right.
Okay. Any other
I
questions?
think that's what they were talking about.
Yeah. No.
No, I didn't explain myself correctly.
Yeah, I would imagine that we will not approve something that was not CEQA compliant, as we like to follow the law, as I started at the top of the hour.
Yeah.
So, thank you. If there are any other questions from the board, thank you very much. If not, we're going to move to
Appreciate it.
public hearing items. Oh, and Chris, you're staying up here? Correct? So, public hearing regarding the
Apologize.
Sacramento Valley Charter School Renewal Petition. This is the public hearing.
Yes, let me apologize. My computer's gone to sleep. Let me pull my notes back up. So this is a public hearing on O1 regarding Sacramento Valley Charter School renewal petition. That was the renewal petition that you accepted earlier this evening. The existing charter for the Sacramento Valley Charter School expires June 30th of 2019. The petition for the renewal of the charter was delivered to the district seeking renewal of the charter for a 5-year term from July 1, 2019 through June 30th of 2024. The renewal petition was received by the board this evening to start the renewal petition process. This public hearing is required by Education Code so that the board may consider the level of support for the renewal charter petition by teachers, other employees, and parents of the district. This public hearing is an information item only, and the board's decision regarding the renewal petition will be agendized for action at the February 28th board meeting. I will now turn things back to President Wong to proceed with the public hearing regarding the Sacramento Valley Charter School renewal petition.
Okay, we have several public comments. Don Stauffer.
Hello again.
Hello again.
I have some questions for the charter in regards to the educators that they employ at their site. So part of what I believe was answered in their presentation, that all of the educators there do have full credentials. That was one of my questions. And one of my another question was, on average, how much prior teaching experience do they have in addition to the time that they've taught at the charter? Do they have a contract, or are they at-will employees? Additionally, going through the information provided, it appears that the salary range for all the educators there are between $40,000 and $50,000 per year. I didn't see a salary schedule per se. I did see a projection on salaries, and it looked like the salaries would increase on the order of about $1,000 a year, but I didn't see anything much greater than $50,000. And also, what benefits do they specifically receive? I noticed, or I was confused by one of the financial documents that had zero down for benefits, and then another document that did have money set aside for benefits. And the reason I'm asking for these questions is I'm concerned that the salary and benefits are not sufficient enough to attract and retain quality educators, especially if you're expecting those educators to support themselves and families like a lot of us like to do. So those were my major concerns. Thank you.
I'm going to go through all the questions. So Taylor Bloss. Ms. Bloss, welcome.
Good evening. I would like to speak about the renewal of the charter school for Sacramento Valley Charter. First, I would like to request everyone that came to support our school to please raise their hand. As you can see, many of us are very passionate about our school. And this would have been a lot more effective earlier in the night, but we have school tomorrow, so a lot of these parents had to get home. My name is Taylor Bloss. I'm the mom of 2 scholars at Sacramento Valley Charter School. When our eldest was school age, we did a lot of research, and I mean a lot. We toured and applied to many schools outside of West Sacramento. Then we decided to focus in West Sac. We looked at our local public school, which is Southport Elementary. We looked at the wonderful bilingual program at Elkhorn Elementary. We looked into private schools such as Our Lady of Grace and the several other charter schools in West Sac, including Lighthouse, Epic, and then of course Sac Valley. When we got to SVCS, what stood out the most to us was that the students had a different level of respect and a desire to learn. The icing on the cake was the kindergarten teacher, Mrs. Kang, who is an amazing teacher and immediately connected with us and our daughters. The following fall, we started school and were welcomed and accepted into their school family very quickly. I got involved with the PTO and started volunteering and finding projects I could help with around the school. This year, I am now the president of the PTO and was brought on as an instructional aide at the school as well. I can go on and on about the things I love about the school, like the language program, the test scores, the teachers, but one big draw for us was the full-time kindergarten. As you know, there's a discussion about making kindergarten full-time for all California schools, and I feel this is just one example that shows that SVCS is above the curve. This school also provides free vegetarian healthy lunches to all scholars, and I believe it's just a matter of time until you guys are requiring that from all schools as well. I think my husband said it best when he said, Sac Valley Charter is the hidden gem we aren't trying to keep hidden. As a city and community, I think we should be grateful that they decided to open the school in West Sacramento and that we are lucky to have such a unique and diverse school. That is something we should be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Daljit Guman.
Good evening. My name is Daljit Guman. I'm a parent of 2 children who attend SVCS, and I'm also the vice president of PTO. I've been with PTO since my daughter was in kindergarten. My older daughter is in 3rd grade, and my younger daughter is in kindergarten. We live in Elk Grove and commute every day to West Sacramento so that my girls can attend SVCS. I understand that the SVCS is up for contract renewal and really hope and think it will be a really great for the community that the renewal is granted. On behalf of all the parents and PTO board, I can say they feel sending their children to the school was one of the best decisions they ever made. Having a foreign language integrated into their general education in an elementary school is one of the main reasons why the school and education at SVCS is valuable. I currently have a kindergartner and 3rd grader who are not only speaking the language of Punjabi, but are also reading and writing in it. A lot more than I can do with the language. The only challenge I have now is trying to help my kids with their Punjabi homework, but I guess I can't complain too much. There are many other reasons we love this school, but just to name a few more, the small but strong community, and again, the fresh, healthy vegetarian meals my children receive every day. Finally, the staff. Every staff member currently, and since we've been part of the SVCS family, has been outstanding and supportive in every way. So I really hope the board is in favor of granting this renewal, and I know you will not be disappointed in making this decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bajan Singh Binder. Okay. All right. Do we have any discussion on the public hearing? Vice President Pizzotti.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate some of the questions that I had. Mr. Stauffer brought up some of the same issues that I had in terms of, and these are all the same questions that I posed of lighthouses. Some of the teachers, years of experience versus their salary, what is that range? What are their benefits? And I guess even admin staff, are they a part of PERS and STIRS? What, I can't talk about this now.
So let me clarify.
Hang on a second.
We have legal counsel.
I think that the appropriate time to ask those questions may have been during the presentation. It's up to President Wong, but the general reason for a public hearing in this setting is to kind of measure the support of the parents and the community.
Okay, I guess my reason for bringing this up, just quickly.
So it's my discretion, right? So I understand that that's something important to you, so I'd like him to answer the question, please.
My reason for bringing, thank you.
Yep.
President Wong. My reason for bringing this up was to get on record as having listed some of the concerns noticed in the hearing, because I wouldn't be able to do it as a member of the public. So, things that are important to me as I view them is how your employees are treated. Are they PERS and STIRS members? What kind of benefits? I'm one of the, I've taken a tour of your school, and I think it's a beautiful school. It's a beautiful campus. These are all things that we all would love to send our kids to if we had, the funds to have a campus like that. But I also want to make sure that the school isn't operating on the backs of teachers and the staff. So these are all things that I am very concerned about going forward. Also, in terms of your admission practices, what are your admission practices? What's your role, your student enrollment from outside the district and so forth. And I know Chris has some of this information for us here. But these are some of the questions that, I have, always had concerns with, especially, when we're looking at doing 2 renewals of charters. I want to make sure that all things are being asked and answered, and that we set up a MOU that adequately reflects the values of the board and the charter.
So as with the other charter petition renewal, the board has the opportunity over the next month to submit any and all questions, which I will transmit to Dr. Singh and his board. The Sacramento Valley Charter School petition process and renewal has been extremely cooperative, collaborative, and they've been extremely responsive. So don't hesitate to send me any and all of your questions, and I will put them all together and send them on for response.
And I think that's for the entire board, but yes, I think there are a couple other questions that you had on deck as well.
Yeah, just this for you, Chris. I've already sent you questions for Lighthouse. Can you please forward those same questions to Sac Valley Charter? Because they apply the same. I want to be equal in both.
Trustees, we're going to follow the same process as we do for all of our charter renewals. And so those questions have been submitted, but we're having our legal counsels address them to each other versus staff. And so those have already been sent on the board's behalf. And so the process will stay with Lighthouse and with Sac Valley Charter. If the board will continue to send me your interests, we will get them to legal counsel. Thank you.
I appreciate the consistency and transparency, Vice President Pizzotti. So, any other comments? All right. Seeing that there are no more comments, Chris, you are up here for the next two items. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And 02 is the Sunshine. Public hearing closed. I did not open it, so I'll just do it twice. Public hearing again. Public hearing regarding the Sunshine of CSEA bargaining proposal to WUSD.
So, excuse me, this is the follow-up public hearing pursuant to Government Code Section 3547, CSCA, California School Employees Association, and its Riverview Chapter, number 168, CSEA, hereby presents its initial proposal for the 1920 year as follows. Article 10, Organizational Security and Dues Deduction. Article 17, Classification and Reclassification. And AB 1808, which the board preliminarily approved its willingness to hear about participating in so that it could meet the deadline, although the terms of that have not yet been set. A public hearing regarding the Sunshine is required. After completion of the public notice requirements by CSEA and the district, CSEA is prepared to meet and begin negotiations.
Public hearing closed. Open up public hearing regarding Sunshine of Washington Unified School District's proposal to CSEA. Again? 03? This is what I have. Is that on there twice?
No, this one's weeks and
That's not what I have on the script. I apologize. I have something else on my agenda. So Sunshine of...
So this is the hearing, excuse me, regarding WUSD's Sunshine of articles to be discussed with CSEA.
Yes.
Specifically, Article 11, leaves, and Article 16, vacation and holidays.
Closed. Okay. P1, action adoption of resolution 1819-15, reduction and elimination of particular kinds of certificated services for the 2019-2020 school year. Chris, you again.
So I would like to begin by reading the rationale so that everybody is reminded of it. During the past 6 months, several presentations have been held with regard to the district's financial status. Presentations regarding the district's budget have been done at staff meetings, community forums, budget workshops, and at Board of Education meetings. In order to capture budget and fiscal's best estimates of projections of both revenues and expenditures, things are broken down into multi-year projections, looking at total general fund projected revenues and expenses. The district looks at the current year and a minimum of 2 years out as required by law. These multi-year projections are certified by the county and submitted to the state to ensure fiscal solvency in all 3 years. It has been determined that reductions are necessary in order to get the district back to long-term fiscal solvency. There are multiple reasons why reductions need to be made. The first, the local control funding formula, or LCFF, has been fully funded. This means that there are no new dollars currently designated to public education with the exception of state cost of living or COLA adjustments. The state's projected COLA in the next 3 years will not be enough to cover the annual increases to a school district's operational, programmatic, and pension contribution costs. Secondly, the district experienced a decline of enrollment this school year. And thirdly, the district is addressing an internal debt that encroached on the general fund this past year in the amount of almost $1 million. Any new dollars to public education will not be represented until after the state budget is approved, which occurs in July of each year. Of course, our budget is adopted in June. In contrast, all school district budgets must be submitted to the County Office of Education in June, prior to the states approving their budget in July. Resolution 1819-15 attached reduces 37.13 FTE of certificated employee services. The attached reductions, together with additional reductions with classified employees and management and administration, will mitigate the projected deficit and keep the district fiscally sound through the 2020-2021 school year.
I have a couple of public, is there more presentation?
We actually have.
We have
Okay, sorry.
a couple of informational slides to present.
President Wong, Board of Trustees. First, we want to sincerely thank the public and all of our employees for their comments tonight regarding the staffing positions and the programs. We are entering a challenging time in public education, and for the past 8 years, coming out of the 2008 recession, school districts in California have received millions of dollars every year to restore lost funding to education. And that was from former Governor Brown's promise to address the lack of funding to public education, and he kept his promise. We're in a much better place today than we were 10 years ago. After completing his promise, public education is fully funded, as our chief business official has said, meaning that we're funded at the level to restore funding back to 2008. So with a new governor in place, there are no promises made to public education, at least not yet. At least not yet. And until we know what the governor's plan is, what we know for sure is the projected COLA. The challenge is that all school districts in California have increased costs of employee salaries and benefits, increased costs of pensions from the state, and increased costs of just doing business. And even the COLA will not cover those basic operational increases. So we know that changes in positions and how programs will be implemented are very hard and very difficult. And for changes like this in any organization, it affects people and how we use to do business and how it's going to look different. I know we're going to get through these challenges, for we're addressing them now instead of kicking the can down the road. Decisions made today are recommended to keep our district in fiscal solvency, knowing that a recession, as small as it may be, will be coming in the next 2 years. And at the same time, we're trying to put the systems and programs in place that are sustainable in some manner to represent how to best serve our students today. And we're committed to continuing that movement forward, even with less. We have heard a lot of feedback, and we appreciate that. So to address some of the feedback, we want to make sure that we actually state some of the concerns so that we can address what we know best today. And keeping in mind about our timeline of why we're doing it now, I appreciate that our presidents of both of our employee organizations stand committed with us as a district to ensure that all of our employees that are affected by these reductions, we find jobs for them. It may not be the same job, but we find the jobs for them before having to adhere to the March 15th layoff. So with that, we want to address some of the concerns that we've heard from our community and from our employees so that you know what the concerns are and how we're trying to address them. And so the cabinet members are going to address their area of concerns that have been asked upon.
Thank you, Superintendent Luna. We just talked in broad terms about the budget, and we've met about it many times this year, but I wanted to give some broad overall strokes, a reminder of the fiscal necessity. So the first interim budget report in December of 18, we approved the reduction of conceptually $3.2 million in expenses moving forward after this year to keep the district fiscally solvent. The current plan that has been put in front of the board comes close to fulfilling that promise by about $3 million. And so that was the amount put in front of the board. As mentioned before, LCFF is fully funded. COLA increases are being discussed. Given current fiscal news, of course, nothing is promised until a budget is passed by the legislature. Increased cost of services and operations in a time of COLA. Even with a higher than anticipated COLA in the 3% range, our costs are going up, depending upon the category, between 5% and 7% a year. The consumer price index for this part of California is also higher. COLA does not come close to covering those costs and additional pension contributions and just the cost of doing business and people just step and column, all of those increases every year that we've gone over in detail. Decrease in enrollment. This is something that's new. This is a new data point for the board and for the public. At the beginning of the year, enrollment and projections, another thing that I've taken on and an area of interest for me, I noticed during our warm body counts that our year-to-year projected increase actually didn't materialize this year. And in reality, during those first 2 weeks of school this year, our warm body counts, actual people in seats for those first 2 weeks, indicated that we had lost 100 students rather than gaining the 150 students that we had planned on for this year.
Did we lose them, or did we not? Did they just not show up because we projected 100 more?
So we actually projected flat to be conservative because we were looking at prior years we had over-projected. So what the business office decided to do was to do a flat, and then if we gain more students, it would actually financially help if we projected flat. When we projected flat, we actually ended up with 100 fewer students than a flat projection. Okay. The interesting thing that's happened since then is that the data that we are required to then collect and submit to the state, often referred to as seabeds in the fall, indicated that between warm body counts, the first 2 weeks of school and late October, we lost an additional 76 students this year to our enrollment. The majority of those students, as we collected that data, did exit to attend local alternatives. We do not know. So some people have said, well, you're in declining enrollment. That's actually not true. Okay, declining enrollment happens when you have successive years of this pattern. Currently, we have one data point from a school that had been slowly increasing in enrollment. We now have a single year where it has dipped. Is it going to be a trend? I can't tell that until I have more than one data point, but it is something to watch. Internal debt is going to be with us for an additional 20 to 30 years. We took out a lot of non-voter approved debt that is in the form of Q-scabs and COPs, and we have refinanced that debt to the point where that is a conservative estimate that the internal debt will be with us for another 20 to 30 years. And recent forecast of fiscal news. I know a number of you are interested in finances. The recent national events that are affecting the economy always affect California as the largest economy in the United States fast and hard. Already the UCLA forecasts as well as the state budget office are revising their forecast down to this year actually potentially hitting an initial, what they're calling now a readjustment, which would be not just of the markets, but of the actual progress of the economy in the nation as well as in the state. So again, I'm now feeling, we just talked about this a month ago, but I'm already feeling more cautious watching the national economic trends. So we can't count on more until we actually see the dollars. So I would urge that we are continuing to be thoughtful and conservative with what's going on with the economy. Is that you?
We've been asked, what percent of reductions does this look like for our staffing? We're very sensitive to this because CSEA has had concerns about how the past practices have been and how classified employees have taken more hits than usual or across the fairness of reductions in the history of the district. So we're very sensitive to that. My commitment is that whenever we're reducing staff, we have to look at administration first, and that's very difficult. For administration are not protected employees, and that makes it even more difficult for them. So in terms of bumping or finding jobs for them, it looks different for administration, and so that's very difficult to make. We are reducing 15% of our total administrative staff across Washington Unified. We are reducing on these particular kinds of services, should the board approve P1 and P2, less than 4%, it's almost 4% of certificated staff, and less than 4%, but almost 4% of classified. The question is when you reduce staff, how does that impact children? What does that look like in operations? What does that look like on the school sites? And when we say these words of we're going to reduce away from the classroom, let's kind of be clear about what that means. When we reduce away from the classroom, the first thing is that we are not increasing our class sizes. I'm very proud of Washington Unified in that our class sizes adhere pretty low. In addition to that, we do not create combination classrooms in our elementary schools. While that is a standard, regular practice to ensure we do not overstaff at school sites, we keep our students in their grade level classrooms, and it will continue to do so. Thirdly, all visual and performing arts programs, starting with kindergarten, will continue all the way through grade 12. PE prep periods will continue in grades 1 through 5. And the reason why I'm bringing these up is because these are normally the first things that go in reductions. Athletic programs are not touched. They will continue as is in grades 6 through 12. College and career pathways will continue as they are. So all of the progress made in terms of the capstones and progressions of all of our CTE pathways, those will remain still for our students because those teachers are not being reduced. So our CTE pathways will remain the same. What is different is the administration and the clerical part of it. But for the services to our students, those opportunities remain. All extra curricular programs also will continue. So that's what we mean, that when we say that we're going to make reductions away from the classroom, those are the programs of students that normally get cut first. Those are the things that are remaining for our students. Adult education is not going away. And I know that it looks like that on paper, and I apologize for that. Dr. Parsons here is going to talk about that, about it's going to have to look different for two reasons, financially and programmatic. But it is not going away. Our parents will still have access to adult education classes. It just will look different. It cannot continue in its current capacity.
Good evening. As Superintendent Luna said, I would like to provide clarity on two different programs. The first one is adult education. We are discussing restructuring our adult education program. Currently, it is not self-sustaining. We do have 3 different funding streams that funds adult education. However, in the current form, it is an encroachment on our general fund by approximately $306,000. This is primarily due to charter school adult ed programs that have taken quite a bit of our adults. And it's kind of confusing because loophole in the ed code, they're able to collect ADA, which we are unable to do. And so we're looking at restructuring our adult ed program and moving forward. Basically, we want to make sure it's self-sustaining so that the funding streams that we get from our CARIC funds, that's the Capital Adult Education Regional Consortium funds, as well as our WAOA funds and our CalWork funds that can support our adults in our community. And so what we're looking at doing, and you heard earlier about the Elkhorn satellite program, we experimented in opening a satellite program at Westfield and at Elkhorn, and we found them to be very successful catering to our parents when their students are in class. And so that is what we are looking at moving forward. I need to talk to CARIC. We are a member of the consortium.
So it's past 10, or it's hitting 10? Does anybody want to? Motion to extend. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, great. Continue. I apologize.
Oh,
It was
it's
a
okay. Thank
reminder
you.
that, yeah.
And so what we're
We're
looking
so
at.
engaged that we forgot that it's 10:03.
So what we're looking at doing is creating basically community-based adult education program so we can assess the needs of each one of our schools and what our parents really want, whether it be ESL, whether it be GED preparation, whether it be alignment of CTE programs, which is also part of our consortium. And so that's what we're trying to do right now is look at supporting our adults through that program. And we save money by reduction of administrative and secretarial support, because that will be done by my office as well as site administration as they work with community outreach to their parents. Are there any questions about adult ed?
Do we want to finish the presentation because we have public comment on them and
Okay.
then come back?
All right.
Secondly, I wanted to talk a little bit about the changes in Yolo High School. As you can see, I put up Yolo High School's bell schedule. It's basically 8:30 to 2. We have declined enrollment in Yolo High School primarily because of the great work they're doing up at the high school. They're keeping kids in the comprehensive high school through our blended learning and credit recovery and our MTSS. So we're keeping more kids in the comprehensive high school. Therefore, right now we have 110 students. We have 7 FTE for that. And 2 FTE of RSP teachers, 2 full-time campus securities, 1 full-time college and career counselor, and 1 full-time counselor. What we're proposing is to align more our Washington Middle College High School staffing formula so that we can streamline the support that we give to the school. Also, in one of the reductions, you can see that we are going to reassign a principal into a more desired position. And we are going to ask Mr. Smith, who is our current Director of Student Family Services, to be the administrator in charge of Yolo High School. He has over 2 decades of high school principal experience, and we really want to support our students in the transition to Common Core standards, possible CTE pathways, and articulation to the City College.
Good evening. As a former literacy coach, kindergarten teacher, and reading teacher, the intervention program is near and dear to my heart, and I have worked closely with our intervention specialists over the last 2 years to really pour a lot of time and energy into this program. Our current program, as you can see, is we have 14 FTE reading intervention teachers that utilize a pull-out model, not a in-class model. They pull students out away from their classroom instruction and their peers to receive intensive reading intervention, utilizing a research-based program that with proven success. Where we are headed is to keep 4 FTE that will remain in our multi-year budget. We are also currently, I'll be working with our accountability director and our school site principals to review our school-based federal dollars to increase intervention specialists shared by schools as put into the school plan for student achievement approved by school site council. In 2018-19, we had 18 classroom teachers and 14 intervention specialists that were trained in guided reading, a very particular research-based program. So the same training that our intervention specialists received, 18 of our classroom teachers received that training. In 1920, we're going to increase that amount to an additional 36% of our classroom teachers in grades K-3 will be trained in guided reading. This is almost 50% of our primary grade teachers trained in how to specifically teach reading to meet students' reading needs where they're at and match them to the appropriate level of text. We will continue to increase that number until every single kindergarten, first, second, and third grade teacher is trained in guided reading. Additionally, we are, if board approved, implementing instructional coaches to help classroom teachers with guided reading, differentiated instruction, and intervention. This year, we piloted this model at 2 schools with taking 2 of our current teachers on special assignment, providing them with coaching training, and putting them at the sites, minus some time off for maternity leave. And they have been working with teachers to implement differentiated and guided reading instruction. And contrary to what we heard before, we had many teachers that opened their doors welcomely and said, please come in, help support me, where can I sign up? Yes, there are some teachers that were not as open to that as of yet with a growth mindset, but we had a great response from teachers that said working with these coaches really helped to change and improve their instructional practice. One such site, they had 2 teachers that were trained in their guided reading, which I called the Reads team. After working with these teachers and coaching them, almost every single K-3 teacher has embraced guided reading and is working with this reading intervention specialist who's also been trained in coaching to bring those strategies into the classroom with students in their classroom to provide reading intervention and one-on-one or small group guided reading. Next year, we'll be looking at using federal dollars to implement an after-school guided reading intervention program that is systematic and focused and utilizes these research-based strategies. We will also be expanding the book rooms at each site for more leveled reading books for students. In order to learn how to read proficiently, you need books that you can actually read that are at your level. And these resources will be available to more students and to more teachers. I also wanted to share with you that I have been doing some research on dyslexia, ironically, that was brought up today in one of the comments. And I found out some interesting facts about dyslexia. And again, this is according to just a couple of research studies I've read. 1 in 10 people have dyslexia. 20% of school-age children in the United States have dyslexia. On February 25th and 26th, we are bringing in a training company that utilizes a program that's in approximately 80 school districts in the state of California that has proven research results of increasing reading achievement for students with dyslexia. We'll be training those teachers. Additionally, I am working with our director of special education to research the possibility of using a dyslexia screener for all students that are struggling with reading to earlier identify reading problems. This is in the initial investigation stages, but we recognize that this is an issue, and we are providing training to a small group of teachers in February 25th and 26th, and I'd be happy to send some information and invite you to attend that training.
Public comments. Miss, I think that's the last slide. That's the last slide. Are there other slides that I only have the 8? Mr. Michael Lochtef, you are back on deck. Thank you for waiting, because this was specific to the comments that you started earlier.
Oh, you should be ashamed of yourself, keeping an old man till midnight. I feel for all of you. I see you falling asleep. Anyway, I really sympathize with the board. You have some hard decisions to make. But to me, and I hate to ladle this myself as an outsider, but I found today already that I am an outsider. And as an outsider, I obviously don't understand everything. But looking at this page, which is a draft, all the people that are going to be let go, I know there's some modifications and things, and this page particularly, wow, I counted more than 21. With all sympathies for the board decisions, the community, and my basic fundamental conclusion is that we are trading existing programs and staff, categorical programs which have been talked about here, for consultants. And when I looked at the consultants, there's just so much expenses. And there's been talk, and I think some very good questions about charter schools, whether they deal with the staff or they get staff that is sufficiently qualified, and are they taking care of their staff sufficiently up to the level that you want to. And consultants, I didn't count up how much consultants cost, but a tremendous amount. And so to tie it to the qualifications, if we are so qualified, I'm looking.
We have a few more minutes, yeah. Oh, well, not minutes, I should say.
If we're so
So
qualified.
the buzzer has rung, yeah.
If we're so qualified, can't we get rid of the consultants? Or don't engage them? Because as I see it, we are trading ready-made people that have proven themselves for question marks, whether these consultants are going to be ultimately give us more quality than we can get right with our own people.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Don Stauffer.
Good evening again. I want to speak specifically about the resolution. There are a couple of paragraphs in the resolution that deal with qualifications of teachers and seniority of teachers. These are the areas that end up being parts of the hearings if it comes to a reduction in force. And so these are the most sensitive parts of that resolution because these are the ones that end up being litigated. And specifically, the second paragraph on the third page, which deals with calculating seniority. It has a date saying documentation provided by November 16, 2018. I would suspect if we have a teacher who's having a seniority issue and is being brought in, very likely that teacher has not looked at whatever documentation the district has since he or she has been hired And we'll discover the error at the time of that hearing, at the discussion in Human Resources Office. And that's going to lead to us hiring an attorney and you having a hearing. So I would ask that you put some kind of mechanism in there so that could be corrected, such that, something on the order that if a mistake is discovered, that the employee be given a reasonable amount of time to get a correction documented. Thank you.
Danny Langford.
Part of me wonders why I even bother coming up here, because oftentimes my comments are overcome by objections and not true answers by most of you up there. And it's very frustrating to those of us that take the time to be here time and time again. I totally agree with what Mr. Locktuff said, and that's that it appears that we're getting rid of positions only to hire consultants or put somebody else in that different position. It makes no sense in that respect. How much is that going to cost us in the end? We say that we're cutting a VP at Westmore Oaks, but yet tonight at the presentation, we have 2 administrative offices in the proposal for Westmore Oaks, and it was said that we're going to have 2 principals there. That makes no sense. Why are we cutting some VPs at some sites, but we're leaving others in place? Where's the equity in that? I am glad that I got the answer about the YOLO principle, but I have concerns about stockpiling more projects on staff that's already overstretched, like Mr. Smith. In the past, and we've had some serious cuts we've had to take and serious issues that we've had to change in the past, and we'd have community meetings, not like the forums that are being held. I'm fully aware, I've been to some of them. We actually did like round table presentations. We had dots. We'd go up and put our priorities. It was a collaborative thing where the community was brought in to fully discuss and give some ideas and some suggestions. And some great ideas came out of that helped change some of the cuts that were going to be made because we could find money in a different place just by community and staff collaborating. I have not seen that. I have not heard that. I've heard from many staff members that they were caught totally off guard. They knew nothing about what was happening. Some of them didn't know anything about schools being moved. Are we moving YOLO to Bright Campus? Because that's what I've heard, but a lot of staff hasn't heard that. Why? Total transparency is just that. Why are we putting all this money into the CTE program, but we're going to cut all the support staff, the ones that go after the grants, the ones that manage those grants? That's a fully funded project. The adult living, adult education, it's always been a fully funded project. It's never encroached on the general fund. When did that change from what was presented tonight? And if we're going to put adult ed on campuses like Westfield and Elkhorn, like Ms. Flint said earlier, are we going to fingerprint those people? Are we going to have areas fenced off so that they can't get on to where the elementary K-8 kids are? These are all concerning things. I don't think our teachers need coaches. We need this reading specialists. And if it's okay, being that everything's kind of merged in together and I have 2 blue slips in, can I just finish what I'm going to say on the eliminations, or do you want me to come up here again?
Do you want to just forego your P2 comment and just make them now?
Yeah, if I can just put it all out there.
Go ahead. Okay, let me look at our attorney. Because we haven't heard P2.
Can we stop the clock while she's looking?
It's at your discretion, President Wong.
Go ahead and finish, Tenny.
Okay. Gotta find where I'm at. Coaches for our teachers, it's great to have training and stuff, but the reading specialists, they should be able to, I know when my kids were in school, and granted it's been a while since they were in elementary, the reading specialists were a godsend, especially to my son that had a brain injury. He wasn't dyslexic, but they picked up on things that the teacher wasn't able to because she was too busy corralling all the other kids and teaching the other students at the level they could read at and learn at. That's something I'm very concerned about. Sorry. After sitting here all night, I know we're all tired.
We still have several other agenda
I
items that
know.
were pulled off consent.
I know. Trust me, I've got blue slips in for those two.
Yes, we know.
Are we hiring more consultants to do the jobs of the things that we're eliminating, just like what Mr. Locktuff said? How much money will that cost? In just doing my own little looking at some of the consultants, I mean, we're talking millions of dollars that we're paying in consultants that we could be paying our people, that we could save some of these positions.
And they don't know us.
That's right. They don't know us. As you know, we're diverse. Our community is so diverse. I guess that's all I have to say. I'm just frustrated, as everybody is. And I know you guys have a hard job. I don't envy you on that at all. But I think some of this stuff, it feels like we're pushing so hard. And I know there's the March deadline. I get it. I'm full versed in this stuff. I know I'm not stupid like I'm made out to be by some people up there. I know what I'm talking about. But looking at the layoffs and we're moving ahead on facilities without a facility master plan, it's like I feel like we're throwing darts at a dartboard and seeing where things are landing. And that's not a reflection on Chris. I think Chris is amazing. He's been an asset to this community. I'm not saying that at all. I just am saying, let's take a breath. Please, please think about this before you approve it. Thank you.
Okay. I have some questions, but let me look at my board colleagues to see if they want. Go ahead, Trustee Alcala.
I wrote some questions down. There was mention of 2 pilot adult ed programs, one in Elkhorn and I believe the other was at Westfield. And they said there was an increase in the number of participants. Andy, were the parents previously in our adult ed program held over at YOLO? And how much of an increase has there been? Are these new people that now decided to join the adult ed program because it's much closer to them?
I apologize. I have not cross-referenced the names to see if they were at the Bright campus or at the YOLO Educational Center, and how many went there. What we do know is that there was a lot of interest by the parents that they could drop their students off and then attend class in their community. And there's also been a lot of discussion in our community about, depending on which school you're at, they have different needs and different wants in the adult education program. And that's why we went, okay, if we need to restructure to ensure that we're not encroaching and that we're using appropriate funds, we can go to have satellite schools, satellite adult ed schools.
Okay. There was another question. Someone brought up fingerprinting. Are the people who are currently in these programs fingerprinted?
No, they have their location on the campus is away from the students. They're also required to check into the office, and they all have name tags, lanyards, to identifying themselves as adult education students, as well as they need to have kids at that school. So they're familiar with the administration.
Their parents.
Their parents, that's correct.
Okay, so that wasn't clear before.
I apologize. They are parents. It's not open to the community at large.
Not yet.
No.
Okay, that was not clear.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Now, River City High School, YOLO only has 110. You said they're doing better retention over at River City High School.
Correct.
Have these numbers gone down since you've been here?
At YOLO High School?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay. Some concern about the instructional coaches and the people who voiced.
Can we stick on one, can we do adult ed first, and then we'll move on to instructional, just to keep consistency?
Okay.
Do we have other questions about adult ed? Because I do have some, but go ahead. Clerk Jackson.
Yes, sir.
In the presentation, you had mentioned that the program was not self-sustaining in the current model. Can you define what that means? What is meant by that? Because I'm sure a lot of people hear that, but they don't know exactly what does that mean.
I can do it. Yeah. Would you bring the numbers?
We have three funding streams for adult education. First, we have CARIC funds, which is our capital consortium, and it's actually a very complex formula that they use and then voted on by the members. We currently, for this year, we got $358,000 for that program. We also get WIOA funds, which is a federal program out of the Yolo County office, and we received $124,000. And then CalWorks, we received $17,000. With the decrease in enrollment that we've had at adult ed, as well as for the board's direction a couple years ago to actually start expanding our programs, we've had to do having our adults paying for certain courses outside of ESL and basic general ed courses. And so it is costing us more money because of the facility uptake that we're using at Bright, we're using YOLO High School, so we have secretaries at both places in order to accommodate our parents. So the basic savings of not going into our general fund is to use existing administration that we have in our district, as well as my office to support adult education, and then using school site secretaries as part of this process.
Okay, so is it a problem then, the self-sustaining part then, is that because the program is spread out across multiple campuses, or?
We basically built an infrastructure of adult ed that includes a full-time FTE, includes the director of college and career readiness, plus 2 support staff for that. And we had an adult counselor that we shifted over to YOLO High School in order to try to save money from going into the funds. So yes, working over at Bright and at YOLO, the facility costs have causes us to go into our general fund.
Okay, and so then eliminating or reducing these positions then changes the program how?
That it becomes much more community-centered, because if we're doing satellites, not all the needs, right now at the adult ed, it's primarily ESL and basic ed. What we're proposing now is to look at all of our communities, all 7 sites, K-8s, and getting a needs assessment of what our parents really want. So what we'd be using our CARIC funds for is to do basically hourly wage for our instructors, but we're not paying for additional facilities as well as administrative costs.
I guess I'm trying to understand what a school site adult education model would look like, because I'm just not understanding.
Perhaps I can weigh in here. When I was a school site principal of a K-8 school, I had parents on my campus separated from my students, all attending ESL classes of 3 levels. So they had beginners, intermediate, and advanced students. They would also attend GED classes, and then they would also receive parent support services while their children are in school. So after the children are dropped off to classes, the parents that signed up for adult education would come and attend. Our adult education classes were taught by adult ed teachers that would come to my campus during those mornings to teach the ESL and GED. They only served my parents. My parents also received other resources such as time attending classes. They would get groceries working with the food services in the county. And so there's many opportunities in which our parents can not just only be on the campus, but they're also demonstrating to their children that they are increasing their education as well. So it's basically a classroom. I had a portable. And so that's what we have to assess at all of our schools is what do our parents want and need at their particular community and school site community for adult education services versus the entire city-wide open enrollment, of which we're not able to sustain any longer. That's
Vice-
one model that we're looking at.
So Vice President Pizzotti has, I think, a good question.
Yeah, so trying to follow up on that, what school sites are these adult ed classes going to be at? And in conjunction with that, you talked about having the adults separated from the children. I know space is at a premium in some of our facilities. How on earth are we going to be able to do that to ensure that we have space and ample room for our adults to learn?
What I would need to do is, we are in the process of developing a plan, but one of the things I need to do is to sit down with Carrick in consultation with them, because that is our consortium, and we are making some significant changes in adult ed. But one of the things was, like you have the reductions before you tonight, it really needed to be done, so then I can go to Carrick and work with them on what is the most appropriate model.
On that note, are we at risk of losing Carrick funds because we're doing this?
No.
And are you sure about this?
Yes. This is part of their objectives, and I can do an executive summary for you to demonstrate that this is one of the models that is used. We have decided to centralize our model, which has caused a lot of issues, especially because of our loss of enrollment for adult ed. And so what I would do after tonight's meeting is sit down with Carrick and discuss possible options.
So I guess I'm trying to understand there, because I don't know the total number of teachers who are positions, I should say, that are being eliminated. So just walk me through this, and I'm sure everybody else on the board is just much more clear on this than I am, is how many adult ed students are there in the program? How many are we limiting? How many are left over? Just because I'm trying to track it, and we're saying we could sustain it if there's schools and if there's interest, but I'm like, it seems to me that we're on the resolution, we're eliminating a lot of adult ed teachers. I get the administration side, but I just want to be clear about the teachers who we're saying that could teach at the school site. So I'm trying to, in my mind, understand that.
Absolutely. Right now, we have positions on the PKS, obviously. However, it is our goal that we will find spots for them. As far as adult education teachers are concerned, they will be eligible for the principals to call and rehire under this new model.
Oh, interesting. So they're all on the PK list the positions are to be eliminated.
The positions are, because we don't know how many we will need to bring back.
So walk me and the public through, how does that even work? How would that work to bring them back?
The first thing that we need to do is assess really how many classes are going to be of the interest of our parents. So if we find through surveying our parents that only 3 classes are really wanted in 3 specific schools, that means what we would do is go back to these specific positions by seniority and go through the HR process of bringing back who comes back first based on the seniority list and their tenure here in Washington Unified as an adult education teacher. Right now, we don't know what the interest is based on how many we can really fund self-sustaining based on the community and the location of where we can put our classes. We have to do this assessment first. We have to do that first while following the requirements of our education code of notifying our employees in time, et cetera, because they are credentialed people or they're not necessarily in WSTA contract. However, we are following the HR processes for them. I hope that's helpful. I don't know if that's helpful or not.
It is helpful, and I just also then just help me understand that the program is still, the teacher's still on board through the end of the school year as we're trying to figure this out?
Yeah, everything.
That's correct.
That is correct.
I apologize.
And that we will engage them entirely in this process with their students to understand what the need is?
That's correct. And we're going to do a needs assessment to a broader array of our current parents to see what the needs are.
And just a reminder, the decisions of the board are not for now. The decisions of the board are for next school year, starting in July.
Yeah, I just want to be, I think that's just, it's such a dramatic PKS in our adult ed program, and in my mind, it's a little bit, there's a disconnect between laying essentially every single adult ed teacher off and saying, well, the school site can hire them back because there's no real plan yet. But I'm hearing that there is some sort of plan to plan.
Yes, that's correct.
Trustee Akala.
Thank you, Dr. Parsons. There was some very compelling testimony given by many of the parents. And I'm just wondering, on the ESL programs, how many parents are going to be without that program? With adult ed being cut back.
I wouldn't think there would be any. We are still offering ESL.
At the two campuses next year?
Yes, but we will be broadening that out too, depending on the needs analysis of our parents in our community.
So there's the plan to plan.
Plan to plan.
There's the intent to plan and engage, and I think that's, okay. Go. Back to where.
Oh, yes.
Yes, you have another, yes, oh, you have
That's
more
right,
questions.
thank you.
Yes.
Right.
No, well, I don't, are there any other adult ed questions specifically? Okay, wait, there, Trustee Kirby
Sorry, I
Gonzalez
know
has
it's
an adult
late.
ed question.
My question just pertains to two questions. One, who will help manage the grants and make sure we're in compliance and work on the grant piece? And then number two, does this also involve conversations with the community college? Can some of the classes we've been offering be absorbed there, or do you think we can absorb them all?
Thank you. I have had discussions with Sac City College. They currently offer advanced ESL, and so we're talking about creating a more formal process and partnership in order to kind of share students, because we have so many partnerships already with the college. So I talked to our Pemmon Hill about expanding that.
And then the grant piece.
Oh, the grant piece, that will be done primarily by me. As I said, adult ed is really 3 grants, and we also get support from the County Office of Ed.
Do you have any? Wait.
And just so you're aware, we have just completed our CTEC 2 grant, and it's being submitted. It was signed yesterday. And so we already have the funding for next year for CTE part, and then our CARIC funds will be the same as soon as I contact them. Okay.
Okay. All right. Back, no other adult education questions? I know it's a lot to think about. Back to the instructional intervention specialist.
All right. There's going to be a reduction of 14 down to 4. That's our understanding. How does that go into instructional time for the students that are currently receiving it? Could you expand a little more on that?
Meaning, how do the remaining 4, how does that impact the instructional time? Well, utilizing the current model as is, students are identified based on a screener, and then they meet with the intervention specialists, classroom teachers, and the principal to determine who will receive services, and they are pulled out of their classroom, not during their reading time, for 30 to 45 minutes, 4 days a week.
Okay, thank you. And now, my understanding is that we will be hiring, someone had a concern about the dyslexia of our students and not having specialists. You said we were going to hire a dyslexia screener? Could you
No,
expand?
so we have training already set up on February 25th and 26th, I believe, to start with a small cohort of teachers to receive training in this program, and I can give you more information through an executive summary, that is aimed at targeting students with dyslexia to improve their reading scores. In the meantime, we have been investigating at a very initial early stage of looking at a screener that could be used for some of our struggling readers to identify problems earlier so that it doesn't become a special ed issue and that we can address them in the general ed setting.
So do we currently have a dyslexia screener?
No, we do not. We're in the very initial stages of investigating what's out there, what could work, but we are bringing in training of a specific program targeting our students that are already identified with dyslexia through our IEP process.
Thank you. And the training, how long would that be?
Right now, it's
In
set up
order
for
for them
it's set up for 2 days. I can get you some more information to come.
I guess what I'm asking is, with 2 days of training, that's sufficient to?
Yes, because it's a program
Okay.
that comes with materials that the educators would follow. But of course, any additional training that's always needed, we will always continue to provide that for our staff.
Okay, thank you.
Clerk Jackson has some questions too.
I was going to stay on this topic.
He's on the same topic. but
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, clerk.
I'll let you go.
You guys are such gentlemen. Go ahead, Vice President Pizzotti.
All right.
Buddy.
So staying on the dyslexia topic, this is near and dear to my heart. As somebody who's made it all the way to college before being diagnosed, I'm wondering what we have in place now is basically nothing, is what I'm hearing.
I would need to confirm that with our Director of Special Education.
And, okay.
So I can say that when a student is diagnosed with a disability, and usually dyslexia is diagnosed through visual processing, the IEP team, which consists of this case manager, a site administrator, a general education teacher, and a special education teacher, develop standards-based goals and develop action steps to meet those goals.
Right. So I guess what I'm getting at is, how does my case not happen here? And by making these reductions, would that at all impact a situation like mine? I know that's hard to wrap your head around, because when you work with students who have troubles reading, I think people suspected that I did because I had difficulty reading. But nobody knew. The intervention specialist would probably catch wind and maybe alert a parent or alert somebody, hey, this kid looks like he might be, I mean, are we doing something at this point right now where we would be disbanding a possibility where an intervention specialist might be able to catch someone with dyslexia?
So through our MTSS process, sites meet several times a year in teams of experts that include our social workers, our special education teachers, our reading intervention specialists, to use a variety of assessments to identify needs and then create action plans to address those needs. One of the things that, a general trend that we're discovering is that there needs to be some more training for our teachers in Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions in the classroom that could help support identifying at least some issues earlier to bring to the table to figure out who is the best person to support that student to meet their individual needs.
Clerk Jackson?
Since we're just talking about trainings, help me wrap my head around how putting teachers through a 2-day training in dyslexia or any other type of reading interventions is going to adequately replace someone who has been a reading intervention specialist for the last 10 years.
So that 2-day training would not replace a reading intervention specialist. Over the last couple of years, our special education department has identified an increased number of students being diagnosed with dyslexia. So from there, that's where Sue went out and did some research and found a program that has been utilized in other districts, proven success to identify a specific need of a specific population of our students. I think what you're getting at is how are we going to, if a reading intervention specialist is targeting 77 students at a school, how are we going to continue to support those 77 students? And if you looked at those numbers, in some cases, we had only 3 intervention specialists supporting 40 students.
Really?
With an instructional coach, you're able to get into more classrooms to help teachers learn the strategies needed to identify and diagnose where students are having gaps in their reading development on the reading continuum, and then provide ongoing support. Research shows that the ongoing job-embedded coaching is what helps retention of new learning and the application of that new learning.
And the thing that I guess as a teacher, the thing that concerns me about that is that granted, I don't teach first grade or second grade or third grade for that matter, but I guess I'm having a hard time trying to understand then at what point and how is a teacher, the classroom teacher, going to be able to effectively implement the reading strategies or interventions for the children that are in that class that we're getting. Now, and granted, the pull-out method is probably not the most effective. I think we could all pretty much agree on that. But then throwing that responsibility back onto the classroom teacher without disrupting the actual teaching that's taking place in the classroom.
So I'm going to give you an example from real life experience. So my very first teaching assignment, I taught second grade, and I taught it in a community where they came to me for the most part pretty much reading. And I thought I was a really good teacher because I pulled out the Basil reader and we did popcorn reading, I called on kids cold to read a selection, which is proven not to be effective. So I need to probably go write some apology letters to my first year of students that I taught. My second year of teaching, my principal moved me to kindergarten, and I remember crying in his office saying, I don't know how to teach reading, so I want to learn everything I can about teaching reading. And so he paired me up with a coach who then worked with me to, first of all, understand the reading continuum and how students progress through it. But then part of that work and that coaching, and I found that in this district, that's been where we needed to start, is I needed to understand, how do I do one-on-one or small group teaching in my classroom, and what are the other 24 students doing? So those are some of the initial coaching, teaching strategies that we help teachers do, is what do I do with the other kids while I'm reading with a small group? Then we looked at daily schedules. How do I incorporate a balanced literacy program where I'm reading 2 students every day, like a read aloud. Students are reading with me in a shared reading big book, and then students, or guided reading, and then students are reading by themselves. So part of that training is helping to juggle the schedules, and we have some very interesting schedules in our district with VAPA and PE, designated ELD. We have some restrictions, and so part of that work with the coach is to help the teacher navigate all those pitfalls in order to, as you stated, not disrupt the classroom instruction and meet those students' needs.
Okay, so I'm a parent whose child is currently seeing the reading and intervention specialist at my school. They're being pulled out for 35, 45 minutes a day, 4 times a week. What are my kids, moving forward, if this happens, what will my child's services look like moving forward? Because that's what the parents want to know. That's what Ms. Castle wanted to know when she was here. She wants to know, she needs some sort of assurance that her child is not going to get left behind with the elimination of these positions. She's petrified that if these positions are eliminated, that somehow her son is going to fall through the cracks and he's not going to get the support that he needs. So I think the thing that to help me feel more comfortable with that, and to help her feel more comfortable with that, talk us through it. What type of supports are her son going to will he be receiving going forward if this happens?
So we are still committed to reading intervention, but in an after-school model. So that's one piece of support that would be available, utilizing the same program and materials and resources that the current reading intervention specialist utilizes. Another model could be what we like to call win time, whatever I need, and students are grouped by ability or by need for a set period of time. Usually it's anywhere between 30 to 45 minutes where they are receiving that instruction with students of their similar ability levels to really target the gaps and their needs in their learning.
Got to change glasses.
Okay. Additionally, we also have
Does it change by the hour? We're about to hit 11 o'clock.
we also have a program that we currently use in our district, but in all honesty, it's underutilized when I look at the usage data, and it's called Lexia Reading, and it is a computer-based program that is supplemented by lessons with the teacher, and the data that we currently have shows that teachers that are using that program for the recommended number of minutes per grade level, per the level of reading, students see a significant increase in their Lexile reading scores. So we will continue to provide more training and support for our teachers, because that can be something that's used during center time, during independent time, or during that whatever I need time.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have other questions? Well, okay, so Trustee Kirby Gonzalez, I know that Clerk Jackson is going through some questions, so why don't we move on to your questions?
Yeah, it's late at night, and I just want to thank everyone who's here and who has come to share their hearts and their thoughts with us. This is not fun for us and sitting here, of course, and I want to thank the cabinet, because they've had the very hard conversations. And as we heard in these conversations, that they're taking on more work in what they do. So I want to thank you for that. It's not your fault that we're sitting here with a budget shortfall. And so thank you for this piece. I have two questions. It's really hard to hear parents who are worried about their children who are getting services. It's really hard to hear that. I know the programs well that you're talking about, in terms of Lexia, the work it does. Families can do it at home too, depending on the license we get. After school interventions, I think are a wonderful way to keep kids in a classroom. I do worry about our littlest learners who have given themselves all day long and then are staying late. Sometimes they get a little bit maxed out. But I appreciate these conversations. So I have two things that are important for me to know. One is, and you might not be the best person to answer this, so feel free to differ, but just if we can briefly, again, I know it's late, briefly say how we got to these positions here. I know there were conversations with staff that happened. I know that there were staff members that even came to me and said, I am really passionate about my work. I feel like I'm doing a really good job. I'm committed to it. I believe in it. But I think that my position is if we have to reduce and we look at all the places that we have, then mine is the furthest from the classroom. And so I know there are really hard conversations and recommendations. So I'd like to hear how this list came briefly. And then also the priority, we talked about that list. Unfortunately, we live in a world where the governor's budget doesn't match up to school districts' budgets. And so hearing that list of when we do the priorities, what we look at, because I think, we look at this and we see right away the places that we just don't want to cut. But we're here with a budget and we have a job. And so I want to look immediately at what we do in terms of grading that priority list to bring them back. So again, the process for these names here tonight, and then next meeting, I assume we'll talk about priority or when that is.
I will talk all day long about reading. I'm going to defer that question to my colleagues.
She's looking at you, Chris.
Or Linda.
And Linda, or both of you, I'm sure, are a team. Is that how did you determine this list of categories of positions to be eliminated? And I think secondarily is what Trustee Kirby Gonzalez says, is that the sequence in which the legislature passes the budget, which some of us know very well, and know that if things go well as planned by the governor, money will come in. How do we build back, and how do we begin a conversation about, I'll just use the adult ed because that's a different kind of conversation of reinstating, how do we prioritize that?
So those are a lot of different questions. So
yeah.
Tell me if I miss any part of it. I'm sure you'll help me out. So the list of all the different positions was determined starting way back in August. So after I got here and had a little time to analyze the budget, as well as the increased annual costs, as well as the new contractual costs, and we put in all of...
The new contractual costs? The new contractual costs?
We have both of our units have 3-year contracts in place, which is great for the district because we were able to actually not be at the bargaining table for 3 successive years. We put in a 3-year contract for both units, but we had to include all of those costs in our projections and our analysis. So when we did that, as well as all the fixed costs going up, step and column increases, pension increases, all that stuff that we put into that budget meat grinder, if you will, that's when we discovered that essentially what we had was a $3.9 million shortfall. And so what Trustee Kirby Gonzalez said is correct, and that is not, right, the fault of cabinet saying, oh, we don't have enough money to cover all of the expenses. What is the responsibility of administration is to then make it known to the board so that the board can maintain fiscal solvency for the 3 years that it's required to by law, and then for us to give suggestions with parameters to the board. So we worked on those parameters from early September through our budget study sessions with the board, all the way up through December, and then came up with a plan that we, of course, presented to the board. How do we reinstate positions if we are able to get?
I'm going to pause there. But I think the question is why these specific programs? And I mean, unless I'm incorrect, but because we were all there as part of the process.
My 2 questions
Yes.
for just one, why these names, or how did the conclusion come with these names? I know conversations with bargaining units and whatnot. And then 2, yes, the reinstatement.
So this specific program, so everybody had to come up with a certain amount. So obviously our goal, the deficit that we know of right now is a little over $4 million. We did not want to take it all on at once, so taking the parameter of keeping it as far away from the classroom, not increasing class sizes, not having those direct instruction teachers, the classroom teachers, not doing combo classes, those things that people perceive as being potentially the most harmful to the community and the culture of the school as well as to the district. Those were the parameters that we worked through. Those iterative discussions covered months and months. And we also took, we didn't fill vacancies. So, right, we've talked a lot about 10 intervention teachers and that would leave 4. Well, there were actually 16 positions. We intentionally didn't fill 2 of them that had left the district because we knew that we were in trouble. We were trying to mitigate those impacts as soon as we found out that we had the kind of structural deficit that we did. Positions that I'm responsible for, groundskeepers that came open, we didn't fill them, and we covered with schedules so that we didn't impact an actual person. So that's how we came up with those, is trying to have the least impact to our schools and our culture. And that's also why the majority of those cuts are coming from the management, is that we know that was those central programs and central management, returning that control to the principals, putting those resources at the sites. That meant that central had to come first, and we cut the most deeply from central. So even the certificated positions that you're contemplating this evening, the majority of those positions were located at the central office reporting to a central infrastructure. They were not reporting to principals at the school sites. So that's how we made those determinations. We did do that in consultation with our different management groups, both classified as well as certificated. How do you put them back on the list? So I'll give you, so I won't step on the program piece, I'll give you my financial rationale. Once we get enough money to close the deficit that we have in the school district, at that point, the board would want to prioritize what services they would want to add back in once the structural deficit is closed. How you want to prioritize that, you can ask staff to provide you with a recommendation based on the input that we've heard tonight, as well as throughout the process. We obviously have a lot of input, but that is really up to the board to determine if they close the deficit, what things they would want to put back in place. I would suggest at this point, given the annual budget cycle, you aren't going to likely be able to close the deficit this year. We weren't closing the deficit with the cuts that we've proposed. Remember, $4 million deficit, we've proposed $2.9 million in cuts. That was done with the thought of being the least disruptive. We didn't want to close it all at once because we felt that would be too disruptive to the system. So we closed it enough that we were solvent for 3 years. So even if we get a little bit more money, we still have a fairly significant deficit sitting out there to close. So I'm not incredibly hopeful that we're going to close it all this year. I will try my darndest with you and with your support, but I can't print the money. That will send me to jail, right? That's not what the copier machine's for. But we can come up, based on what we've heard tonight, with a prioritization of positions you can add back if you are able to close the deficit, if that's what the board's direction is.
And if we were not to adopt this list, where would we cut? What else is, I mean, out of curiosity, because there's a lot of that question on the table, I think we need to be transparent. You've looked everywhere, underneath every single rock?
Well, so notice that the reductions being proposed, some of the programmatic reductions, again, as far away from the classroom as possible, right? So adult ed, I heard a lot of confusion, consternation about adult ed grant. We, and this is a finger pointed towards public schools as well as municipalities, and I'm a 25-year part of that. We're very good at building bureaucracies and infrastructures. So we are still able to access the grants that Dr. Parsons was mentioning this evening, and those grants are specifically intended to serve the adults in our community if they want to participate. So we only get money from those grants when a student's enrolled in that course and they're successful in completing it. We then get grant money to pay the teacher as well as any materials and supplies and prep time. But we built an administrative infrastructure around that over the years. And that administrative infrastructure was living on a very high peak in enrollment of over 700 students. We're under 300 now.
It's good to know.
We're under 300 now, and we've built a giant administrative infrastructure compared to the number of students that we're serving. Based on that peak enrollment of
That's
700
missing, so we didn't know
students.
700. That's a critical piece of
I look at
information. That's a
I deal
critical
with the
piece of
numbers,
information.
right? So I'm giving you the numbers. So looking at that peak enrollment of 700 students, we hired a full-time credentialed teacher in addition to the administrative infrastructure, as well as all the hourlies that we had always survived on. That's the reason that the reduction number looks so large, is we had to add all of those partials up for you to make sure that we were doing it clean. Now, if we can add back some of those hourly people and access the grant in a locally based adult education program for ESL or whatever a principal or Dr. Parsons decides is the most needy for our community.
That makes sense.
Well, that's the way it's supposed to be done. It's not supposed to be to build infrastructure for a school district. That's where the encroachment is on the general fund. It's on the infrastructure. It's not on the teaching of the classes. But we have to dismantle the infrastructure and go back to the intent, providing access to ESL or other classes our adult community might be interested in. We can still access that grant. Right now, we're talking about dismantling the infrastructure, the administrative infrastructure, which is costing us money in the general fund.
So that's where the unsustainability comes in.
Correct.
To play with that. Okay.
When you say structural deficit, that
Right.
is so we're decentralizing both these major programs is what I'm hearing then, that we've actually created a central infrastructure that was top-heavy in a sense, and then we are actually moving into communities and site-based.
It might not have been top-heavy if we had maintained and increased that 700 student trend.
Right.
But with all the different adult schools and competition in the community, and our enrollment has gone down by more than 50% in 6 months, we built a giant infrastructure compared to what our actual end-up need was. Those things are difficult to predict. This isn't a fault thing. That's just following the trend. But it does then encroach on our ability to continue that infrastructure we've built.
I just want to make one comment. If there is somebody to be frustrated with right now as well, it's Twin Rivers Unified School District that approved that charter school, even though it is not in their borders, it is in West Sacramento. So I think that there is a right to be very frustrated with our laws and the way that people are allowed to approve charters in other cities.
And I believe that that's been mentioned to some of the Twin Rivers School Board members as well.
Another thing to keep in mind, Board of Trustees, in regards to the intervention specialists, those positions were created during the time that the district was in sanctions for program improvement. Sanctions under the NCLB accountability plan, where if school districts, once you were identified as a whole program improvement district, which Washington Unified was during the NCLB time, the district had to show remarkable change, whether it was good or not, remarkable change in terms of, and you had 3 choices as a district under program improvement. And in those 3 choices, the least combative really was to add staff, to add coaches, to add instructional specialists, to add reading specialists, because that was then, at that time, going to address an immediate Band-Aid of so many students falling behind based on the growth of the NCLB program improvement plan. The second and third thing that the school district did not want to go down, which any school district did not want to go down, was to close a school and reopen it as a transformational school, of which you would have to release the administration and release the teachers. Those were not good choices for any school district. So the district at the time of the need, under the NCLB time and the sanctions that they were under, created these reading intervention specialist positions, and rightfully so, because it was the right thing to do at that time. We've had those positions that long. So the question really is now during a time of Common Core and differentiated instruction and the expectations of teaching differently, it needs to look differently as well, and that was another consideration for these particular positions.
I think that there was a quick kind of note to it, but I also didn't want to glance over. I want to understand clearly that also going back to school site Title I dollars, they can purchase back some of these intervention specialists if it's what the school site prioritizes.
That's part of the.
Either one, can somebody answer that? Just because I think that that was like in the 8 slides that it was mentioned that it's actually, even though we're limiting this, they could also buy back, if they put funds together, also buy back intervention
So school
specialists.
sites do have some funds
Discretionary,
available
yeah.
to them, both from the LCAP as well as our title programs, if they choose to do that. Now, I will tell you that the majority of our school sites don't. They spend it on other things that the administration find necessary. So we are providing the instructional coaches centrally to every school site through the title funds, right? That is part of our revised title budget for next year, so that is the plan. We're keeping the 4 specific intervention specialists also in discretionary funding for some of our specific most high-need sites.
Yeah, but so just for the sake of this conversation, is that if, and I don't know, I haven't looked at every single school district's Title I budget, if they're paying for materials or curriculum, they could actually say, instead of this curriculum, I have X amount of dollars, and hey, you, school, have X amount of dollars, can we share an intervention specialist? Because we value this.
We are able to do that with the.
Or they, because it seems like the
Correct. I mean,
school
we as
site
a-
and the
we as a
community drive
district-
those dollars, right, Chris?
Yes, we as a
Okay.
district are able to do that, with the caveat that if we're going to do that for annual funds, then we need to make it very, very clear that it is an annual position pending the continued approval of that funding.
Correct.
Because then what we have to consider is we can't
It's not a
create
promise,
something that is
not a
perceived as being permanent that is actually surviving on year-to-year funding.
At the discretion of the principal, yeah.
Yeah.
And the community.
Right.
Okay, but it's possible.
It's possible.
Again, for me, though, I'm still trying to
Sorry, guys.
wrap my head around how the parents of the children who are receiving services, how can we make them feel and make them confident in knowing that their child is going to continue to receive the adequate services and adequate support without these interventionist specialists as it currently stands?
Again, it goes back to our MTSS process where we really list by name and by need and come up with an action plan for every student to ensure that their needs are being met. And then we progress monitor that. We meet back again several weeks later and we say, how is that working? Is it helping? If not, then what do we need to do differently? Or what do we need to do more of? We will continue providing through our federal dollars, intervention after school or perhaps before school, but really trying to find ways within the school day, to the many points that have already been raised, to make sure that students have either small group time with the teacher who knows that student best, because they're with that student 6 hours a day, 5 days a week, or one-on-one time.
So I also want to make another point, is that we're talking about general ed kids. I want to be very clear that we have an obligation to serve the need, because
Correct.
dyslexia was mentioned today, so that is, so I know, I just didn't want to, the confluence of like intervention specialists, if it is in an IEP, we need to provide that legally, and if it's a special ed disability that impacts their learning, just want to be very clear that we're intervention specialists that we're talking about are general ed, not special ed.
Well, so we, per law, could not deny reading intervention to a special ed student. And so since we determined our neediest students to receive this intensive Tier 3 intervention with the reading specialist, many of the students on their caseload have IEPs. So they're getting double services.
So I just didn't want to conflate the two things.
Correct, yes.
That if you are an IEP and you still need the service, we are still obligated to provide an intervention.
Okay.
Is that helpful?
It actually, yeah, that is actually.
I forgot that just came right now at 11:15.
Yeah, that does help, because I know the children in particular that I know that utilize our services of intervention specialists do have IEPs, and I'm just fairly confident it's written into their IEP. And so, yeah, that's something I didn't. I didn't even think of it, to be honest with you. I mean,
I just thought about it at 11:10 at
I
night.
deal with IEPs
So,
every single day.
I just want to add too that change takes time, and this is going to take time to get better. We had an intervention system prior to Superintendent Luna coming that targeted students in grades 4 through 8.
Right.
For many students, it was already too late.
Right.
And so now we've shifted that focus to early literacy, as many testified tonight, is the most important time in a student's life. And while it's not a true data point, because it's only one data point, we implemented a new assessment called the Early Literacy Assessment that assesses early literacy skills. And at one of our most neediest sites, because we're able to identify those needs earlier and have in-class teachers providing support, there are less students that are qualifying for the reading intervention specialists at this time.
Okay, helpful. So I'm sorry, it's just, I'm sorry, we probably should have asked that earlier, because that actually just also helped me a lot.
Yeah.
Well, I apologize for not bringing it up earlier.
No, it's been a process, and I think it's been a process.
And I just think that when you hear the term reading intervention specialist, the brain just automatically just assumes, we just kind of lump all those students in together. General ed students who may utilize those services, in addition to students with IEPs that may utilize those services. And it's important to state to those parents that if your child has an IEP and that it's in part of his or her IEP, that their services are not going to be affected.
Correct. And we have to, by law, continue to show progress for that student.
Correct, okay. That makes sense. And I think for some of the parents that were here tonight, I think hearing that will be very reassuring for them, because I'm sure they probably think, well, wait a minute, my child has an IEP, this is now they're gonna lose their services. Well, legally, they can't lose their services because of the IEP.
Right. All right, no further questions, anything else? Any move? Okay, because we have.
I'll make a motion to accept or adopt the resolution.
Do I have a second? I have a second. I will second that. And this is not a roll call vote, unless somebody wants it to be a roll call vote. All in.
It is.
Oh,
It is a
it is a roll.
Resolution, so we have to.
Yeah, it
Oh,
is a
sorry,
roll call vote.
I'm not looking at the, I've seconded. So trustee Kirby Gonzalez,
Aye.
clerk Jackson,
Aye.
trustee Alcala,
I also vote aye on this.
Vice President Pizzotti?
With a heavy heart, aye.
And I too vote aye, and so that's 5 ayes. Motion passes. Resolution is adopted. Okay, on to P2.
President Wong, on item P2, Resolution 1819-16, the reduction of classified employee services, we have a revision that we would like to submit to the board, as we have one position that turned in a retirement, and so we want to make that noted on that specific position as it's effective July 16th, 2019, and not June 30th.
July 16th.
2 weeks.
District reception.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. Do we have a presentation or discussion? Seeing that there isn't no more presentation, we have, Mr. Loktev just left. Okay.
Daniel.
Mr. Daniel Gandara.
Again, I just ask on this that we pull it and we go over the impacts, which the district has to meet with CSEA to negotiate the impacts of these reductions in force anyway. So unlike certificated, we don't have till March 15th or whatever the date. We have our CBA states Article 20.5, we have 45 calendar days. So if this is going to take effect June 30th, you roughly have the last week of April. So we have time to sit with whichever administrator these positions are going to come out of and go over again the impacts and who's going to get these duties of work. That's all I'm at. I don't necessarily disagree with the list. I think it makes more sense to do this first and see, okay, this position is going to be removed, so now who's going to get all these duties that this position was getting, and where are they going? Because our concerns is transfer of work between classifications and transfer of work between classified and management. So we need to dot our i's and cross our t's on that too with the district. So that's all I'm asking. So that's it. Thank you, guys.
You know, I'd like to entertain that motion.
We have another comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Kimmy Gibson?
Before you start my time on this, I just want to thank Chris and Andy for the extended information on adult ed. It made a lot of things a lot more understandable, and it would have been nice if we could have had it ahead of time. We could have spent more time on other things than panicking over that. So thanks a lot for all your efforts, guys. However, it's really a shame to sit here tonight and listen to all of this, and so many, we don't know yet. We haven't studied that yet, et cetera, et cetera. Yet this board is sitting here tonight being tasked with making such unbelievable decisions. Why would this information not be gathered before you flip these people's lives upside down? Do the people that had to make the decision to retire early to save themselves get return rights after these studies are done? Are they going to be allowed to pull their retirement notices after the studies are done? Because they were told, once you turn it in, they're non-revocable. So the studies should have been done first, and they could have been done first. So unfortunately, you've already voted on certificated, and those people are SOL, and I feel really bad for them. But as our CSEA president explained to you guys, our contract is much different, and there is time to be able to do it right. And I would like to see these studies done first. You have a position on that list that you're cutting of an employee who's given 35 years of their life to this district to be forced out and accept an early retirement 2 years before she'd be ready for retirement because a full study hasn't been done, impact hasn't been studied. As of now, the plan is to rotate people through that position to fill the duties. When she's absent, nobody else in the world is allowed to touch that mail machine besides administration. So are we going to give that part of the job to the administration now? Can't do that. It's classified work. It's really, really sad that people's lives are going to be turned upside down before the district has done their homework. When we teach our children how important homework is, what happened to the days of being proactive rather than reactive? It's time to stop creating fires instead of just putting them out in panic mode. If this is ever a time to truly have a consultant, this would be it, rather than all the ones we have hired, because someone needs to learn how to prioritize, study, research, and then act. You don't act, turn people's lives upside down, then study the fallout. It's time to pull, unfortunately, only this item. I didn't get to speak on the last one. Do your homework first, and you got time to bring it back. That's all I'm asking. These are people's lives, as well as our children, and they all work together. I don't care if you're a custodian. A lot of those kids have more contact with the custodian than they do the other people. Everybody is important, no matter what part they play. Please think about that.
Vice President Pizzotti, but you also, I think you had.
Right, I was going to make a motion that
Trustee
we
Akala, do you
table
wanna-
this with consideration to what Mr. Gondeta mentioned, since we have time.
Well, I have questions that I'd like to talk about here.
Okay, yeah, let's
So,
just entertain
Chris.
question, Chris.
Yeah, that's you. Before that motion is.
Before the motion is
Yeah.
put out.
Before the motion is considered.
So, so I'm trying to put my hat on that I would do in my job and kind of apply it here. Whenever we see layoffs that are being proposed by the state, there's always a meet and discuss. So we meet with, management to find out, what are the impacts? Where are the potential layoffs going to be? What are the job duties? How will they shift and things of that nature? Have we met and discussed potential layoffs as proposed with the unions?
We have met, both myself and Superintendent Luna have met with through labor negotiations as well as with Daniel to discuss the specific positions. And managers were told to prepare. So for example, if there's a position that's gone in somebody's unit, to make sure that the work was covered. Some of those positions that you have on tonight's list are vacant, and the work was accommodated throughout the time of not filling the position. So those portions have been done. As far as a formal meet and confer, as far as negotiations, no, that has not occurred.
Well, there's meet and confer, and then there's meet and discuss. So we were generally afforded meet and discuss.
Yes, we have a comment from our legal.
Just to clarify, in the educational system here, and CSEA has some old language in their contract. The statute now says at least 60 days prior to the beginning of the layoff. And so that's what we would follow rather than a 45-day.
Yep.
And under the law from the Public Employment Relations Board, obviously the decision to lay off is a management decision, but then there is a requirement, once that decision has been made, to negotiate the impacts. And I think that's what the gentleman from CSEA was speaking to. And so generally, that does not happen in the educational world until after the resolution is adopted.
Right. So we would have to vote on it first.
before the
then they
discussion happened.
negotiate.
You're the
So-
labor guy, so you
So
tell
the
me.
other thing that, just for information's sake, that has been discussed is that we did talk to CSEA, and Pam is working on setting up that once all of the positions have been determined and we have gathered from early announcement or whatever other mechanism, the vacancies that we have, that we actually have already planned on getting together and agreeing to where all of the bumping occurs. Now, remember, we don't know layoffs until after we figure out all of those pieces and the bumping. So this is not the layoff portion tonight. This is the positional elimination.
Right.
So that would be the next step.
And that can't happen until we vote on it?
Right.
That's correct. That's
I'm
my
looking- I'm
understanding. Is
looking at
that
my-
correct?
my labor-
No,
my
that's
labor
my
pro.
understanding.
I'm sorry, Ms. Nakamura, is that correct?
That's generally the way it's done. I don't know that there's any hard and fast rule about it.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion or enlightenment about the process?
Well, just because that's the way it's generally been done, does that necessarily mean that's what has to be done at this point?
No, but the ability to negotiate the impacts are driven by the positions that are laid off. And so if the decision has not been made as to which positions will be reduced, it's difficult then to conclude who's going to do the work of those laid off folks. That doesn't prohibit the district from having those conversations, and it sounds as though they've started having those conversations already.
It doesn't prohibit them from having the conversation. So we don't, so what I'm hearing, we don't need, the practice is such that boards normally adopt the negotiations, but it seems that discussions have already kind of started. I've also heard that there isn't opposition necessarily to the list, so that we don't necessarily have to adopt this for that conversation to happen. Am I understanding all that correctly?
Generally, when you negotiate the impacts of a classified layoff, you end up with a piece of paper that you signed off, and it addresses the concerns brought by CSEA. For example, that no classified employee is going to be required to work more hours to do the work of one of their colleagues who was laid off until such and such. And all of that, though, generally, the specifics of that can't be finalized until you know what positions have been eliminated.
Right.
Okay. Is there any questions?
It's proposed in P2.
Question, so if there are no other questions, I know that trustee Alcala had a motion to pull.
To pull it, to table it for now.
Table it.
Need a second.
Yeah, I do need a second.
So can I hear one more time?
Some more discussion.
The district perspective of what that would mean from our end if it was moved to the next meeting? Are there any unintended consequences from our end if that happens? That's what I'm wondering.
There's none from a legal perspective.
So we have a motion on the table. Any other questions about this process? It doesn't seem like there's legal, I also, I think, understood there are no legal ramifications. It's just a process issue on our end. So there is a motion on the table to pull P2 for until next board meeting or some future board meeting that is before the 60-day.
Not only before the 60-day, but we're asked, my understanding of the request is also to figure out all of those impacts. Remember, you also have reopeners in that time, as well as all the other business. So remember that the timing was to be conjoined. So if we're going off of that schedule, that is a divergence from what the board has
So,
previously expressed.
I don't mean to have a side conversation. I think that Vice President Brazado, you mentioned something that's pertinent, and I'm trying to understand. We just sunshine some things, so maybe that's also another
Explain that.
comment.
Well, we just had, I mean, we're opening up two provisions in the contracts. And what my worry, four, or two from our side, two from their side, right? Is that my understanding?
That's correct.
Okay. So my worry is now that there may be additional provisions that want to be added or additional language added into those provisions based on the decisions made here or tonight if we push until the next meeting, because you're now going to talk about impacts. And that, and that could be, I saw the, sunshine, language in there, we were talking about leaves and things like that, which could all be impacted by some of the decisions that are going to be made here, so.
I'm going to look to our legal, because she has, I understood there were no legal impacts, but there might, so I just want to clarify understanding that.
The legal
was brought up.
requirement is that you notify the people who, through this, will be laid off. So you're eliminating specific positions. In those specific positions, not all, are vacancies. Some have people in them. Those people have bumping rights. Your legal obligation is to notify those people within the 60 days. So you couldn't take this action on April 1st and think you're going to get it all taken care of, get through the bump analysis and get everything done within those 60 days. So there is no legal ramification between adopting a resolution tonight or adopting it at your next board meeting. Whether there's an internal concern on the district side, on cabinet side, though, that's not a question I can answer.
Is that helpful?
I understand. I get it.
Okay. Motion is still back on the table to, motion is to table this till a future board meeting. Is there a date set, Trustee Alcala, that you would like it to come back? After
Next board
discussion?
meeting, I think.
Next board meeting. The timeline is the next board meeting, not the special board meeting, but
Our regular.
Your next regular board
Right,
meeting.
correct.
Okay, so the motion is to table it to the next regular board meeting, that's in a few weeks, and give you direction to have the conversation with CSEA. Is that correct, Trustee Alcala?
Correct.
Have I captured everything in your motion?
I guess I'm still not understanding. Because the conversation did happen. It's late at night, and I'm a little emotionally spent. But the conversation did happen with CSEA as it did with our teachers union president. I'm trying to understand what conversations happen and what is needed to happen. That's what I'm not
I think the
understanding
nuance,
here in terms of what the delay would be.
The difference is that the March 15th is statutorily in education code that we have, it's, the certificated staff is that it's just, we have a statutory obligation. I think that if we didn't have that, the opportunity to push the certificated would be a different conversation. CSA, because we're not in education code, that the pink slips have to happen by March 15th, because classified don't have that statutory obligation, that we are driven by the the 60 days of notification. So it's not driven by state law, it's driven by our, I don't want to explain this, so I'll have Maria explain it.
So the rule is, for most classified positions, you can eliminate the position with 60 days' notice. Generally, in school districts, you do that on the fiscal year so that people like Mr. Mount Benitez can balance their budget the current year and 2 years out. But that is not the legal requirement. The only legal requirement is that the incumbent, or the person who's actually being laid off, receive notice of that layoff within 60 calendar days of the effective date of the layoff. So the resolution you have before you has most positions being eliminated at the end of this fiscal year.
So again, I'm going to go repeat, unless there's, it's super late.
Well, no, my only point was the idea being that we had heard, for example, earlier, is that the time of being thoughtful, so there's the least disruption possible by talking with people, having people understand their position earlier. I just don't want people to be getting this news, pushing it down, because this is very disruptive for some. I appreciate that many of these positions are vacant, that there are not people in. For example, the TAL program, there was not the enrollment there. The way these look on paper is not necessarily, that there are people in all these positions. So that's my only concern, is we want to make sure our budget is balanced and that we're not pushing down news or dragging something on, because we know that we have to make these budget cuts. And when we adopted to give raises, we did know that we were going to have some cuts to make, not this extent, because then, other things have happened. But I'm concerned that we know we have to make cuts, and I don't want to be dragging something on for people's as well. So I just want to make sure it's a meaningful process.
But I believe that the drivers are different, so I'm going to put the motion, unless there are other clarifying questions, back on the table. It needs a second. It needs a second. So I'm going to just clarify very clearly that the motion is to table this until next regular board meeting, which I believe is in 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
So to clarify, the question was raised, would Cabinet have enough time to do all of that in the next 2 weeks? The answer is no. Okay, so the earliest possible to cover that process is going to put us to the last meeting in February or the first one in March, and then you still have to do all of the processes and still do the bumping to determine what the actual layoffs are. So just understand that that puts us very close to the end of the year at that point.
So, but I'm looking, if legal said we needed to notify by April 1st. If that's 60 days back out from, I don't know, it's late, so.
No, what I was saying is you would want to take your action by that time in order to.
April 1st,
yeah.
okay.
So you have time.
Okay. So, but now, Chris, I'm hearing that you are from, there's our second. So, I mean, I'm sorry, it's late. You wouldn't be able to do it by, you would be able to do it by February 28th, is what you're saying. I'm looking at the calendar.
It would have to be the February 28th, or I can't remember the first, it's late for me too.
The
I
first
can't remember
one's
the first
Valentine's
meeting in
Day,
March.
that we will be here together on Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Bring candy.
Thank you.
Can you do it by Valentine's Day?
No, we
or-
cannot.
No, not a gift?
No.
Okay. So it would have to be February 28th is when it would come back to us.
Correct. So, I mean,
A
my
month from now.
apologies for the number of items I have on tonight, but that's because, remember, we are covering multiple
Mm-hmm.
positions. So February 14th is just not a reasonable request
Not
at this
feasible.
point. No.
February 28th, and then, so it's a month out, so it's 4 weeks out,
At least a month out.
at least a month out. And you're working through the certificated anyways, because you're required to by March
We will also,
15th.
yes, so now that you've passed the resolution, we have to work through all of those processes with certificated. The same processes that we would be working through with classified, we've already discussed that, as far as making sure that we all agree on the bumping and the seniority. And then, when people are not in a position, that's when the layoff occurs, which is what Ms. Nakamura is saying we need the 60 days notice for. So that action has to occur by April 1st, is the layoff, once we do all the bumping and find out who is no longer in a position.
Yeah.
This is
So-
the positional portion.
So between February 20, if that were to happen, how feasible is it to get done between February 28th and April 1st?
Trustees, I'm going to remind you that we, Chris Benitez and I, are covering our Human Resources Department on top of our duties. And so if Mr. Mount Benitez says that he's not going to be able to make it on the February 14th date, he's not going to be able to make it.
But no, we're
On
not
the
saying on
February
February
28th date, we are now, first and foremost, for the certificated processes, that has to be completed before the February 28th, March 1st timeline, because we're bound by March 15th.
For certification?
Not to deliver March 15th, but to deliver prior to March 15th. And we are going to go through every single person, one at a time, on their own bumping and seniority journey. That's now the priority based on the March 15th deadline. So our plan was to do all of this together. The union presidents agreed that they would be in the bumping meetings, they would be working with HR directly. So it's really about the timing and the lack of staff that we have right now, with not having an HR position since August.
Yeah. So I'm confused. I hear that the bumping conversation can happen without the resolution being passed, but I'm hearing, now you're telling me the opposite, so I'm confused.
We have to eliminate the positions.
No, not for, I'm hearing not for classified.
It's really about, it's the board's decision.
Yeah.
The board needs to make a decision on whether or not you're going to have the classified PKS brought forward right now or
That is
tabled to a
correct.
future meeting.
That
So
is-
the board needs to make this decision so that the staff can then make their plans on how to implement the board's direction.
Correct. So it seems like the conversation can still happen on bumping. It's not necessary protocol, but the bumping conversation can, it's not natural.
It's all hypothetical because you haven't passed a resolution.
Correct. So it's all hypothetical until we pass the
Correct.
resolution.
So we will have to have it before as well as after, once a resolution is passed.
So the motion is still on.
No second.
There's no second?
No second.
I'll second. So I don't think it's a roll call vote. It's just it's a second to table it till, with good faith that people are, I see is all in favor?
Aye.
Well, there's two.
Okay, I just want to make sure so this changes the process of if people are bumped, who finds out, if then they are laid off, it pushes that out. So I just want to make sure that we're very clear on that.
So they are,
Because-
you can still have the bumping conversations, it's theoretical, it's not
But
actual.
it's all theoretical with
Right.
people. I just want to make sure that we're clear with that. So this is a hard conversation in many ways, and in one of the ways, it's the people don't know. We're just pushing off when they're going to find out they're laid off too, so.
That's correct.
That is correct. Yeah. But the bargaining units are wanting to have that conversation theory. I'm trying to have that in good faith, that they're having that, both we and them are having good faith, as though this is happening.
With the idea that then is your thought that then some of these positions will change? I mean,
No.
is that?
No, that they're having time to figure out the workload and have the conversation.
But wouldn't you find out all the workload after this is approved?
You know, either or. I mean, I'm told it's
I'm
either
just trying to
before or
find
after.
out, I'm trying to understand why waiting here helps find out the workload unless you think these positions are going to change. If you think these positions are going to change, then it makes sense. That's what I'm trying to understand right now.
Interesting. So no comments from the gallery, please. The motion's up. There's a first and a second. So there's two votes. We just need another.
So can you just, so your reasoning for, I just need to understand your reasoning without any discussion and giving a second. I just want to understand your reasoning. Your reasoning is that you want a discussion to happen in case, as you look at workload, in case any of these change, so it can come back to us.
For a good faith discussion between the two. Correct.
Okay. Okay, then, since we're allowed to self-discussion right now, I'll just say that the piece that concerns me as I move forward with voting, and I appreciate what my colleagues say, is we have two charter petitions up right now. We have no HR director. I'm just very conscious too of the workload and the pieces moving forward, and so, but I also respect the conversations needing to happen, so. right.
So I'm not sure what.
So I think you do we have to do a roll call vote?
No, it's
you
a,
just do
it's
all in
just a
favor.
motion, it's just a motion to table. So it's still all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
There's 4 ayes, 5, huh?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Why not? 5 ayes. 5 ayes after all that. Thank you. So, but again, it's in good faith that you're having those conversations, that it'll come back to us, and
Bring it back to a vote only.
because I'm a person of my word and integrity, and I know that our folks are too. So, all right, it's long, it's a quarter to midnight, and we have several action items. P3,
Are there any that can be moved to next meeting?
are there any, I mean, we pulled several off the consent, we pulled 6 off the.
They'll be quick.
5, yeah, 5 off the
7, 8,
consent.
9,
And
16, and 15.
I'm fine with holding off 15 till the next
They'll be
meeting.
fast.
Didn't
let's
Don
look-
pull
let's
one
look
off
to-
and now he's gone?
Yes, that is correct. We still have. I thought about that too. We can open it up and re-vote on it. Sorry, it's late and we had,
We're a bit punchy.
we're a little bit punchy, so at this late in the game, we have several agenda items left, and I think that it was a meaty discussion. I think it was an important discussion. I think that we needed to have that transparently with everybody on camera. So thank you all for being here, staying here, and videotaping. But we do have several agenda items. I'm going to look to staff to see if there's anything that we can bump, because it's a quarter to midnight.
If it pleases.
It all needs to come.
If it pleases the board, and I'm not sure of the process, I have 11 items to be approved. I really only need 2 that are time-sensitive because they're instructional materials.
Yeah, I was just
Okay.
gonna say, I think we may have some pretty easygoing ones. And
Are these
since we
just
have
quick?
full board
Looking at them.
meetings coming up,
Okay, I'm looking at Dr. Parsons, and he's saying that
No.
they're not quick because he.
No, absolutely, they can be quick. This is just an exciting part for me because it's opportunities for kids. But I can go quickly and we can talk.
Okay, we'll see how far we get. P3.
Okay,
Go.
P3 is 6 CTE courses of study. They were approved by Curriculum Council. President Wong and Trustee Kirby Gonzalez is on the Curriculum Council. These 6 CTE courses greatly enhances our pathways and supports additional opportunities for our kids.
I was there, I read, I'm happy with it. There's a motion, any questions, no questions? Trustee Pizzotti moves.
Second.
Okay, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Excellent,
Thank you.
you're welcome. P3, approval of 2 high school courses of study. Dr. Parsons again.
There's 2 courses of study. One is basic computer science, which is developed for our students with disabilities to support them in creating portfolios, et cetera. The second one is a new elective, which is women and gender studies at the high school. It's a really exciting course. And Melissa Baldwin, that you all know, wrote the course, so she's excited to teach it.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting, so. Any other questions or discussions? All right. Vice President Pizzotti moves.
Second.
Clerk Jackson seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. The P5 is 2 middle school courses, and I do want the board to know that we have not brought in middle school courses to the board before. What we're trying to do is create consistency now with our electives at the middle school level. So you will start getting more from the middle school as we approve consistency district-wide. So it's going to be computer science discovery and Teen Talk. Teen Talk is a new sexual education curriculum that is in compliance with the Healthy Kids Act that was enacted January 1st, 2016. There are 2 training days included for our science teachers. This curriculum is also taught at the high school level in our foundation classes. So it's not a new curriculum, but it's new to 6-8.
so moved.
Questions?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Oh, so this is moving.
Thank you. And the last one I have is in the spring of 2018, the board approved a new course, Ethnic Studies. However, we did not have a new curriculum council at that time, and so we did not adopt the textbook for it, but we have been piloting it during the first term at the high school. So now we're asking the board to approve our new instructional materials for Ethnic Studies.
I have one
Okay.
comment that I just discovered, that the author of that actually is a West Sacramentan. One of the authors is a
That's
West
correct.
Sacramentan.
Fantastic.
So
We actually work
just
really
wanted to-
closely with him, and he's done the training himself, the author of this book, to our ethnic studies teachers.
So I just wanted to make, I don't know if that was intentional, but I found that out recently, and so it was very.
They were
impressive.
part of the CDE adoption
Right,
process,
correct.
so they're
So-
the only ones, actually.
Yeah, that is correct. So did not know he was from West Sacramento, so. But
Motion
move,
already, you need a second.
the second was from Vice President Pizzotti.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, great.
Thank you, board.
All right. Chris Montes Benitez, approval for allowance of attendance due to emergency conditions. And this is when we close the schools during the fires.
Massive headache.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what is commonly referred to, trustees, as a J13A, which for emergency purposes, we submit the paperwork to the state to give us back the attendance and the ADA for the day that we had to close for emergency reasons. The emergency reasons for this one was the smoke conditions on the Friday of the fires, the most intense negative air quality day. Notice that you also have the charter J13A as the granting and oversight organization. We also have to approve their J13A as well.
So moved.
Second?
Aye, or
Aye.
second. Oh, second.
First, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Excellent.
Thank you.
P9, adoption of resolution number 1819-13, approving WSD's pre-qualification process for prime contractors and subcontractors pursuant to Public Contract Code Sections 2011.111.5 and 2011.6.
Did we skip P8 or was it?
Oh, P8, oh, Sunshine. Oh,
So P8.
Sunshine, I'm sorry, I
P8
just
is
went, I was
the-
just, we were going so fast that it was,
P8 is the approval of the Sunshine hearing that you had earlier on CSEA. So this is the approval of the Sunshine of Washington Unified School District's proposals to CSEA for reopeners this year, specifically pursuant to Government Code Section 3547, WSD, hereby presents its initial proposal for 1920. Article 11, leaves, 16, vacation and holidays.
Yeah, so moved.
Vice President Pizzotti moves.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Passes. Now P9, the resolution.
So P9, adoption of resolution number 1819-13, approving Washington Unified School District's pre-qualification process for prime contractors and subcontractors pursuant to Public Contract Code Sections 20111.5 and .6. And the recommendation for this is to approve the contract amendment number 26 with BCA Architects for the design of the Fallbrook Westmore Oaks Homecoming Project.
That was the presentation. Discussion? This is a roll call vote. Vice President Pizzotti moves.
Second.
Trustee Alcala second. So Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Clerk Jackson?
Aye.
Trustee Alcala?
Aye.
Vice President Pizzotti?
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
So P10, adoption of resolution 1819-14, adopting best value procurement procedures and guidelines pursuant to Education Code, oh yeah,
You coming up on it.
Code Section 17406.
So this item is in order to allow the district to use the lease-back project delivery method. Education Section 17406, as amended in 2017, requires that the board adopt and publish the required procedures and guidelines for best value procedure for evaluating the qualifications and proposers that ensure the best value selections by the district are conducted in a fair and impartial manner. So what you see in the attachment is all of the standards, qualifications, and questions that will be posed to every contractor that participates in this process to make sure that the process is impartial and fair, and that we get the best value bidder for any work that's approved.
Any discussion? Do you have a
Second.
motion? Oh, discussion? You have you're moving, Trustee Alcala?
I'm moving. I'm
Okay.
sorry, I thought someone had already moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez, all in favor? Oh, wait, no, roll call.
Oh.
Vice President Pizzotti?
Aye.
Clerk Jackson?
Aye.
Trustee Alcala?
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Motion passes. All right, now we're off to M7. Have to pull it
Go back.
back. Go back to the items that were pulled from consent.
So,
M7 is approval of contracted services with Stanford Youth Services for community-based family services, and that's Dr. Parsons, and I believe that trustee Alcala, you pulled it?
Yes, I just had one quick question.
Did you want me to cover this, or?
Okay, good.
Yes? Okay.
Just quick question. It says these supplemental services are free to our students and families, but I remember seeing something about purchase orders.
Yeah.
Could you just clarify what purchase orders, if it's free services? I don't understand.
Yeah.
Could you point me to which section specifically you're looking at?
Something, I have to go back, but there was something on purchase orders, Chris. I saw the language, and I didn't mark it.
One
Let me see
second,
if I
let me
have it here.
just pull it
Sorry.
up.
I read it online, but I'd seen something about purchase orders.
So this is
That's
a-
the only question I had.
Yeah,
if
so
it's
this is
supposed to
a,
be free.
this is a standard contract with Stanford Youth Services. They are, it's awarded, I believe, by a grant through the county, and they're using a local 501c3 to provide services to River City High School. And this is additional counseling services, both small group as well as individual counseling, free of charge to the school district. And so purchase orders, as referenced in the MOU, is just any materials that they need to serve our students that are being bought by the local school site. It just governs how those would be processed. So those would be processed by the school site if indeed they need anything. There is no indication from the scope of services that describes anything they need. It just governs the process for them getting materials.
So my understanding of it is something that I actually used to run in Oakland. It's EPSDT. It's actually not capped. It's not a grant. It's Medi-Cal billing.
Okay.
So as you noted tonight, we actually, on certificated, we actually let go a social worker and outreach specialist. It's also a way to actually pull back social services and actually increase them if this is successful. Because it's an uncapped model that is actually a federally funded mental health services that we've never tapped into.
Yeah. So no cost to the district.
Correct, no cost to us. That it's just yeah. And so unless
So
we give them space.
that's just boilerplate language, real quickly?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's actually the new district master contract that we had updated and approved through legal, and so you'll be seeing that more commonly.
All right. Okay, question answered.
Okay. Do you have a motion? Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, blue chip, sorry. Pat Flint. It's really late.
Next ones are M9 and M7, or M15.
M9.
Oops.
And that's okay. I think Chris explained it a little bit, but I still have concerns that it says free to the district. And then again, if we need to buy supplies for our students, we have purchase orders available in any amount. I just have a problem with the wording. And if it is going to be a cost to the district, then it's not free.
President Wong?
Yes.
May I just clarify? There is no cost to the district because Stanford Youth Services are receiving their funds for servicing our students through Medi-Cal billing, and also there is a grant through Yolo County that they are also being used through for mental health services. These are services from Stanford Youth Services Organization that are, they're clinical psychologists, and they will be doing the services specifically at the school site so that parents do not have to find transportation to bring their children to these specific mental health services. They will also be supplementing the work of our current social workers and our other case managers so that there's follow-through with whatever referrals of severity that have been made for those families that qualify. So we will not be purchasing any materials. We are not purchasing any curriculum. We are just allowing them to buy the contract, come to the school to service the child on the campus.
And I appreciate this being brought up because it's an issue that mental health service that I've been bringing forward for a couple of years now. So I'm glad that we're actually finally, I've mentioned MHSA as well as EPSCT. I'm actually finally very happy that we're finally getting it done. So,
I move.
I have a second?
A second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
M9. M9 is passed. No, I have an M, I pulled an M, there's an M8.
Oh, you have 8?
M8 and M, somebody pulled M8. But I think that was a Dawn.
We have
M8,
M9.
I have M7, M8, M9, M15, and M16.
Oh, yeah, 8, 9.
Because I believe that the person who, the public had requested may not be here anymore, but M8
M8.
is.
I don't have any
com-
comments with
so
it.
we do-
Anybody else?
I think
I have
trustee Alcala,
M9.
you pulled it.
I pulled M9, right.
You pulled it M8 as well.
No, I didn't pull 8. I pulled 7 and 9. I think, was it
That's
Dawn?
correct.
who
Well,
pulled
Mr. Stoffer cannot pull anything. I just want to be very clear that trustee Alcala
Oh,
pulled it.
that's correct. I'm sorry, that's
Because it was
correct.
a
I did.
suggestion from a public member. I just want to
That
be clear.
is correct. Thank you.
Mr. Don Stoffer cannot pull anything. So trustee Alcala, you pulled M8, so please clarify.
Just more clarification on school safety site plans. Do we? Boy, it's
So
really
Board of
late at night.
Trustees, per our last board meeting, staff had emailed all of the confidential site plans of every single school site campus to the board in the Dropbox so that you could see the entire comprehensive plan, which is the confidential part of all the phone numbers and people's names, et cetera. And your request was to bring it to the consent agenda at this meeting. We have not received any questions from the board in regards to the safety plans that you've been able to review for a month. So Jerry is still here, and he's happy to answer any questions if you have any questions from what you've reviewed in the Dropbox.
Are there no questions?
We're good.
So I want to say, I'm really disappointed in our board that we have no questions on this and that we've kept somebody here until midnight. And I read through every single site plan. I read through every one. That's why you didn't have a question for me, because I read through all of them. And I did ask for it on consent because last board meeting, we had it here. We just wanted to look at them to make sure, but there was a full discussion and a presentation. So I think we need to be really cognizant of that. If we pull something, we need to make sure we have a question on it, if we're keeping our staff to show that we value them until midnight. Drive safely.
Yeah, seriously.
Okay. Okay. All right. So no discussion with the gallery, as I mentioned before.
Thank you, Jerry. But when a member of our community does have a concern, that's the reason I did.
I absolutely
pull
agree.
M8.
But when they
Right.
leave, we
He
just
did.
need
He
to,
left. But
we just
to
need
be
to keep
very
a pulse
clear.
on it when they leave.
Right. But just to be very clear, when members of our public do, I think
agree
it's.
with that.
Okay, so do I have a motion?
All right.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Comprehensive school site plans are
M9.
adopted. M9 now. Approval of the district's board certified behavior analyst Lauren Barker Rivas to attend the WIBA Women in Behavior Analysis Conference in Nashville, Tennessee, March 28th through March 2nd, 2019. Dr. Parsons.
Is the board just want some clarity on what this is?
Again, this
I-
is
I
another
would.
trustee Alcala.
Okay.
I did. I just had a question. Were there no conferences in California that we could have sent?
Yes, yes, there is. There's one conference given a year. With this, you all know that it took us a long time to find a board-certified behavioral analyst for our students with disabilities. She needs to get 32 units by the end of the year in order to stay board certified. The one in Tennessee is for 16 units, and then there's one in Long Beach she's also attending that is 18 units. It is not very expensive to Tennessee because she has her own lodging in Tennessee, and that's why we chose to do that.
That was actually going to be my question when I looked at this, is like, okay, registration and then flight is only, where's the hotel? But if she's
She
got
has
her-
someone she went to college with, actually, that lives in
I think it's probably
in
too much
Tennessee.
information that's exposed on there, but yeah.
Okay. Well, that clarified what my question was.
Thank you.
Moved.
I have Vice President Pizzotti moving. Do I have a second?
Second.
Clerk Jackson moves. All in favor?
Aye.
M9 passes. So now we've pulled M8,
15.
M9, M15, Trustee Jackson.
Yeah, I pulled 15 just because I think the bulk of the discussions for 15 had taken place prior to my being on the board, and I wanted to be sure to see the presentation before I had an opportunity to vote on it, so,
Any other questions?
no, all my questions have been answered.
Do we have an Danny Langford has a comment. Did I not call her on M9?
I actually had a
I apologize that we had you on M9
Yeah,
as well.
M9, that's right.
We apologize.
But actually, what
Would
your
you like to
question
make
was,
both?
Kobe answered my question, because I was like, where is the hotel fee? Okay, so now I have even more questions, because P9 did not look like it was the approval for Amendment 26, but that is what Chris said it was, so I'm very confused. And in the text of this, it says, at the end of the master planning process, a clearly written phasing schedule, a sketch plan, scope of work and feasibility budget for the project was prepared and presented to the board on January 24th, yet this contract was in consent. How can it be said that it was presented to you guys in consent for you to pass when there was no presentation to you until, what, 11 o'clock, 10:30, something like that, tonight? I am concerned, too, that Measure V funds seems like it's the endless amount of funds, but I thought it only had 12 million left. And this 1.2 million plus for this architectural contract very concerns me greatly. Has Measure V committee even been presented this? Because I know they haven't. My husband sits on that committee, so I know it hasn't even gone to them for discussion. And I was going to ask about where's the master plan, but I'm assuming that's what we saw earlier tonight. And again, I'm very concerned about where we're going to get the money to build this thing. And another thing with this whole Westmore Oaks thing, that school site on Fallbrook, we were told that it was in too bad a shape, that's why we had to move to the current facility. Now we're going to move them back, and we're saying the current facility is too bad a shape. So you can see where the community's a little distrusting on all of this. But if we're going to put things in consent, and far too many things, in my opinion, are going through consent, I've never seen this many things go through consent before. If you're going to say it's been discussed and presented, you better make sure the board has seen it. And why aren't more of you questioning that? That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Clerk Jackson?
I did have one thing about 15. Based off the discussions that we had earlier, I really do think it would be in the best interest of the campus if we could move the entire campus at once versus splitting the campus. I mean, it's at least worth a discussion with.
So if that's board direction, I need a plurality of the board to give that, because it's different than direction that was given for planning purposes. The reason that this item is here for consent is because the board also gave general direction to move forward, which means that I had to engage in the master planning of the campus with the architect as soon as that direction was given to meet the rapid timeline for getting students into the campus. So it's on consent because that general direction was already given, and BCA is one of our previously contracted and approved architects. So that none of that was done incidentally. It was done with the expedited timeline at the direction of the board. So Can we change the phase in moving? Yes, we can. I would need that direction from a plurality of the board, meaning at least 3 members, because that contravenes the previous direction.
And this is prior to
Yeah, it's
Clerk
prior to
Jackson
me being on the board, so.
That's correct.
He's bringing it up.
So and I think it would be, for the continuity of the campus, it seems like that's something that would be, especially if it doesn't conflict with the timeline and we can do everything at once. It's at least worth a conversation with the staff and the administration to determine whether or not if that's something that they actually are willing to wait. I mean, they're there now. Why can't, I mean, would they be willing to wait an additional 6 or 9 months or however long it would be?
Year.
Before, yeah, additional, being there one more year, and then the entire campus can move over as an entire community versus splitting and.
May I address the board?
Sure.
One of the.
Where'd that come from? Where'd that come from?
I didn't know who was talking either, I was just sort of talking about the board.
For consideration is one of the reasons, and it's a minor reason, but one of the reasons to move to a smaller campus and one of the reasons to split it up is currently we have a significant number of behavior issues due to the large size of campus. So think about middle school students. Remember when you were a middle school boy and you're walking from one end of the campus to the other end? There's a lot more opportunities to goof off with your friends, to get into fights. The way the current middle school is situated right now, it's just not conducive to moving quickly between campuses. And so the smaller class sizes would also, smaller number of students would also allow the administration to really focus on improving instruction and behavior.
And I know you were not on the board, but that the safety concerns were a discussion, and the principal did come to our board meeting and our board session. So it was, I mean, unless other people have different perspectives, and appreciate the new perspective.
So just to clarify, changing the schedule does not impact the construction schedule other than the modernization would not go first. The problem is as soon as you say that, it changes permanently.
Right.
Right? Everybody understands that. So I just want to make sure that everybody's clear on the decision point, is it changes the whole schedule permanently because I can't go back after tonight.
All I'm suggesting is having a conversation with the.
I think that I wouldn't want to make a decision like that up here, but that would need to come if you had conversations with staff, and I've heard the opposite, that they feel comfortable, on both sites. We've spent a lot of time walking through the campus, watching how kids are outside for 30 minutes because the fire alarm's going off because of the leak in a back room that they can't find, and skunks under other classrooms, raccoons, I don't remember. And so, yeah, they were skunks, that's right. So
The rat warehouse.
the idea that then you're using classrooms, you can get out of some of those bad classrooms and consolidate because you've moved half your kids. So the only way in terms of direction that I would be comfortable changing any plan is if it came directly from the principals and staff and site, if you sat down with them and everybody suddenly said, whoa. But otherwise, I'm supportive of the plan as is.
And that's all I'm suggesting.
So to be clear, you're saying that you should put this off, or until we can, I'm sorry, I don't understand. I guess it's sort of late. What was your
So I think it's the
recommendation?
question
I'm
to you,
sorry.
Clerk Jackson.
Yeah. My is that, based on my point is just checking, I guess, double checking with the Westmore Oaks staff and principal and administrations and saying, hey, you know what? Is there is there a true need, a desire on their part to take to split their campus in half and move half of it this fall, leaving, the middle school grades behind, and then only to reconvene in a year versus, you know what, if we kept everyone there, because I think because think about it, now we're talking about moving a campus, the younger kids over to a campus that's still going to be under construction for a year. And they're going to be there with construction noises and dirt and debris and everything else on that site versus saying, hey, you know what, if we just kept everyone here for that additional year, we can just move over, and then there aren't those distractions for those young kids there at that time.
To clarify again, if we make that decision tonight, there is no time to have that discussion and go one way or the other. If we make that decision tonight, the time is gone, right? So we have met with that staff several times. No one's raised any official objections to the administration or to Amber and myself. Now, we can go back and ask them their preference after tonight, but they don't have a preference after tonight because the one has been foreclosed, right? So if they say after tonight, hey, yeah, we still really want to move in August of this year for the younger grades, we can't do that anymore if we put off the decision. That's the thing that I'm concerned about, because the direction previously was, here's what we're doing, meet with them, share the schedule. I'm fine from it, so from a construction standpoint, I don't have a dog in that race, because it's actually, in some ways, easier from a construction management standpoint, which is one of my responsibilities, to not have the kids on the campus, but that was not the option that was discussed with the staff. So part of me, like Bree said earlier, we're sitting over there going, sure, but that was not the option discussed with staff previously. So we would be taking that option off the table now. That's my only concern.
Do we have a plurality of that? To do what Clerk Jackson, so I'm not seeing a plurality. So this is up for, do we have a motion to adopt this?
I'll move to adopt.
Vice President Pizzotti moves.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Was it all, everyone's
Yeah,
aye?
that's fine.
Everyone's an
I
aye.
mean, doesn't matter to me. I don't work there.
You live here, yeah.
I do.
You realize we said aye on camera.
I did, yes. I'm trying to, you know.
So remember, you're not approving construction. All you're doing is allowing the architect to finish the plan.
Okay.
That's
So
what just voted on.
Q, there's nothing under board governance. It is very late. There is.
We have one comment.
Do we have one? You have one comment, yes.
Under board comment, I guess.
Under the future, wait, I'm sorry. It's late, I can't hear, and I'm old.
I could do it under board comment. My only piece I wanted to say, and I know that our lawyer is gone, is that there was a comment that was brought up by Don Stoffer about the resolution, and I think because that was such a emotional piece and topic that, and a lengthy discussion, that we did not address that or change it. So I'm just wanting to make sure that this language is okay in terms of for purposes of calculating seniority credentials, they will only consider documentation provided to HR office by certificated personnel, November 16th, 2018. And since we already approved it, I don't know if there's any opportunity or if we find any glitches with that, but I wanted to make that note.
Do you want to discuss it? Do you want Superintendent Luna to take some sort of action, redirection? It's a comment, what would you like?
Well, based on the feedback we were given, it would have been nice to have had a discussion. I wish I would have made the comment to address that. So maybe if we could just get an update about what that means or what that looks like in terms of the date, because it's not typical. Yeah.
Okay. Are we okay with foregoing board and superintendent comments? I know that we didn't.
I'll forego.
Yeah.
No comments otherwise.
Clerk Jackson would like to make some comments.
Superintendent Luna, could you
Superintendent Luna,
forego your comments?
I have no comments, thank
Thank you,
you.
thank you.
I was remiss, actually, the last public board meeting, I wanted, and it was during Thanksgiving, and I had forgotten, I said that I would actually thank Keystone Christian Missionary Church, who's been giving turkeys out to families for quite some 10 years, and I wanted to actually publicly thank them for that, because I don't think they've ever really been acknowledged. We've acknowledged other people like YCCA, but they've been doing it for quite some time for our communities as well. So I want to appreciate that. That church for doing that for so long, so.
That's great. Well, I might as well throw Holy Cross in there too, because they've been doing it as well.
For Holy Cross, yes. So, all right, so with that, that's my only, I know we have future board agenda items, approval of the board governance handbook before next December. Maybe, and then the information on the Youth Empowerment Summit. So, Vice President Pizzotti has a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
Jackson, all in favor? Aye. So moved.
Monday.